peekaboo. Piece of shit.
Eric, is this pretty much the same as IAC? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you.
I thought this first hour was gonna be a work session.
Okay, good evening. I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight for our February 20th council meeting. What we're doing this evening as the first item on our agenda will be a council work session. This was something that we implemented last year, and it's just a new way of conducting council discussion. We decided that what we wanted was to be able to be in front of the public and talk about the issues at hand that come up that we need to revise or decide on. And so this is, I believe, the third time that we're holding a work session. What I just want to remind everybody about is that these work sessions are intended as an opportunity for council to receive background information, ask questions, and allow for more informal discussion so that the council is able to make a more informed decision at a future meeting. At times, the city manager and our staff will request council feedback or direction on the topic. However, no formal decisions or council actions will be taken on work session items. At this time, during the work session, public participation is not asked for. However, we appreciate the public's attendance, and questions will be allowed during the other matters before the council. And we always encourage people to contact your council members. And of course, as this comes up in the future on the agenda, public questions will be encouraged. So I would like to open this work session on revisions to the tax increment financing application process. I would like to give the floor to Eric Miller. Thank you, Eric, so much for all of the hard work that you've done on this topic. So I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In the past, the TIF process for the city generally was organized and delegated through the city manager, so he had his hands in about every aspect of this. Upon his departure, it became evident that, well, it took over by multiple parties or multiple staff on managing the TIF process, and it became evident that there was significant holes and inconsistencies between how we were kind of managing the TIF program. So the purpose of these documents is to standardize the process and kind of put everything up front on exactly what the process is, what the city's goals and objectives are, and how we want to move forward with TIFs. That way, both the developers and city staff are fully aware on what the process is, and it simplifies everything. There's primarily 4 different documents involved in this. There's the TIF handbook, which is primarily the guts of the whole process. There's a TIF application. There's a TIF checklist that helps simplify the procedures for both staff and developers. And then there's a TIF ordinance that outlines the process and begins to kind of more make the process permanent. The primary part of this is the handbook. And this is primarily a tool for the council to enact their policies and goals for the TIF process. And these act as more of a threshold part to open whether or not they want to pursue a particular TIF, because there's still a significant amount of work involved once you reach past this threshold, which then there would be development of the project plan, development of the development agreements, and very other narrow, and it would run through planning commission, city council for approval, so there's a significant pathway beyond just this threshold. This is essentially just getting their foot in the door and moving forward with a project. So there's plenty of time for nuts and bolts review of the project itself further down the road. The handbook primarily focuses on, there's both statutory and discretionary criteria. The statutory is primarily generally needs to be a certain percent of the district needs to be considered blighted, which has various definitions throughout the code. A lot of it's generally essentially unproductive land, whether it's because there's dilapidated buildings, it's an empty lot that essentially provides no value, and there's not really an incentive to develop that land. The purpose of a TIF is to provide a tool for the city to push development of property or areas that generally wouldn't be developed without assistance from the city. And it's generally an investment from the city, because we're investing our tax base for the infrastructure and various development project costs. The handbook goes through and identifies what are allowable project costs, what the city's goals and objectives are, what's not an allowable cost, some of the rules, the various like application fees, the administrative fees, and things of that sort. So it really gets into the threshold nuts and bolts, but it directs developers and staff on how we should proceed with TIFs. Generally, there's the discretionary focuses on more, okay, what type of TIF is this? Because there's various ramifications for, say, school funding if it's under a certain type of TIFs. There's generally like local improvement TIF, there's economic development, there's industrial, and then there's affordable housing TIFs. If it's the most common is, for the most part, the local government. That's kind of the or local improvement. That's the default. If it's gearing towards economic development and an industry, and then the affordable housing has certain prerequisites to create workforce housing and things of that sort. And those generally don't affect or won't increase any sort of tax levy. However, a local improvement TIF will see a very marginal increase in the school taxes, because the goal is to prevent any impact on the school taxes that are received from the property taxes. And the primary component of this is the goals and objectives, whether the city wants to focus on certain requirements and prioritize TIFs or proposed TIFs, because there is a finite amount of TIFs that the city could potentially be invested in. So we could hit a limit, which is generally if the tax base of all aggregate TIF bases is 10% of our total assessed valuation for the city, would be our maximum limit. Right now, I believe I just ran a quick calculation, and we're approximately about 4.7%, so we still have quite a bit of room before we would hit that threshold. But there is a possibility that we potentially could hit that finite level, and then we have to be, or if we get close, we have to be very picky and choosy on how we want to invest into TIFs. So the one purpose of this is to help staff prioritize too. In the past, we've never really charged an application fee. However, we have ran with an imputed administrative fee, which is part of the allowable costs under statutes. And traditionally, the city has done $25,000. And the purpose of that is there's a significant amount of staff time and effort in managing these TIFs throughout the process. And the goal of that is to recoup some of those costs.
Is that 25,000 or 2,500?
It's 25,000 for the imputed. The proposed handbook and TIF process proposes an additional 2,500 application fee because there's a significant load up front on reviewing the application, reviewing the proposed TIF plan and kind of working with developers on polishing it up before we start moving it on. And then the TIF handbook also proposes keeping the $25,000 base, but if there's an additional phase to the TIFs, then that would be an additional $2,000 per additional phase. And if there's an amendment to the TIF, then that would be an additional $5,000 imputed administrative costs. And how those administrative costs are generally paid through the TIF proceeds, somewhere within usually about year 5 and plus or minus. And the TIF handbook proposes that administrative fee be paid in year 5 of the TIF, based off TIF proceeds. One of the primary components of the handbook is to kind of narrow down the allowable project costs associated with proposed TIFs. In the past, or the statute is somewhat flexible on project costs. Essentially, you can't use it for building residential structures, but you can use it for quite a variety of different project costs, from construction costs to potentially engineering, professional services, and architectural services and things of that sort. The primary goal for a TIF is for the city to invest in things that are more public in nature rather than try to help a developer subdue some of the costs for the private component of it. So the focus is more, let's fund the public infrastructure, let's fund various, like if they're including parks within the district or as part of their development and things of that sort. So the goal of this is to narrow down some of the costs to aim more at that public function than kind of working with some of the private side of it. And some of the proposed revisions is to disallow some of the costs for equipment acquisition, parking lots, landscaping, driveways, site lighting, sidewalks, sign grading, and things of that sort. Generally, if it's in the project or geared towards the project costs, such as engineering for that, it would be allowable cost, but if it's outside the scope of the project costs, then that would generally be a disallowed service. However, there is the ability of council to essentially override those disallowed costs and allow them by specifically acknowledging that component and adding it to an allowable cost. So there's flexibility for council to take what would normally be a disallowed cost and allow it. There's a specific statute, 11-442, that prohibits any use of constructing residential structures. So there is that limitation that is well beyond the council's discretion.
And Eric, just real quick, a question on that. The onus would then, that's on the developer, correct? For the prohibition of that cost? Or would the city be kind of an enforcement of that, or how does that work?
Because usually the developer would come to the city and recoup their costs is essentially what they do. So we would certify their costs and approve or deny reimbursement for those.
Okay.
So the goal is to really, the project plan and the development agreement are essential to really narrow down how things are gonna function, especially if there's external financing institutions involved.
Okay.
That way, we know everything's as far as black and white as we can get for
And so
allowable
there-
costs.
There would be accountability from the city at every step, correct? I mean, the city would see what those costs were.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
The developer would put forth an itemized list to the city when they're looking at being reimbursed, and the city would approve or deny based off of the project plan and the development agreement.
Okay.
So, and then one of the primary goals of the handbook is to generally just keep everything as straightforward as possible and show what's allowable, what's not. And the handbook can be changed. It's essentially adopted through resolution, so if the council wants to move in a different direction, it's easily done so by essentially passing a new resolution, revising the handbook. So, and the handbook is the guts of the whole process. So it's directing staff and developers on how do we move forward. And one of the primary components of this, introducing this process, is to try to get as much put together and polished up on the front end. Because in the past, we've received various levels of development plans from the developers, and then a lot of times city staff would work with developers in polishing it up before we start moving forward to the project plan or the development agreement phase. One goal of this is to create a very specific application with specific requirements, and it's outlined in the handbook, to put more onus on the developer to polish up their proposed development before city staff has to exert a significant amount of time. Because in the past, city staff has expended quite a bit on working with developers on polishing this up. The goal is to try to eliminate some of that additional time and have the developer show up with more of a polished up plan, so we can move forward. The TIF application strives to essentially implement the handbook by requiring the developer turn in various requirements, like for instance, a proposed project plan, a pro forma of projected costs, and revenues, putting forth trying to hammer out proposed financing before we really move forward. And there's just trying to dot the I's, cross the T's before we really put too much effort into moving that forward and creating of the project plan and the development agreement. Because generally, city staff will develop the final project plan, and the city attorney will develop the development agreement. And that's the goal of the process. And then we would push forward through the planning commission, receive a recommendation, and then from that, and set the boundaries, and then that would move on to council for approval. And then we would set the valuation, work with the state on getting everything set, and then moving forward. And then the city would manage the TIF going forward, and then take the proceeds and put it into a special account, and then the developer would essentially be reimbursed through that account. Or in a lot of times, if there's external financing, the city will also require an assignment, and we would pay the financing institution directly rather than paying the developer, who then would pay the financing institution. So trying to simplify the process. And the checklist, the goal of that is to essentially create kind of a quick and rough and dirty goal checklist to run down, where we can see quickly on, okay, these are the goals. Are they meeting? Which goals are they meeting? What type of TIF are they proposing? And various aspects on that, which would help with prioritization and whether the city wants to make the significant investment of a TIF into the project. The ordinance runs down and essentially codifies the process in a little bit broader sense, but it makes it more permanent and fixes the development of the handbook and various other documents, and just kind of the process running through. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, council, I'll open it up to questions. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Hey, and this is probably more also for the council, but if you go to page 7 of 18 on threshold administrative review, in the middle paragraph, that second sentence where the city manager gives the final approval or denial of that project, maybe it might be worded differently to make that more clear. The city manager or city administrator is not making the determination, unobjectively that this is a good project or not. There's your statutory requirements. So basically it's administrative review. They're looking at the statutory requirements. And then if you look at this is for the council, if you look at, you got the statutory requirements on page 10. And that all the things that have to be satisfied in law for a TIF to be valid. Then you have your additional local criteria. That additional local criteria is really, that's our internal policy as I see it. That these are things that are allowable, and if you go into the next page, these things are unallowable. Those things may change, once we have a comprehensive plan, or we have some things we can make adjustments on that. But again, it's the council that's determining what's allowable, what's not allowable when it comes down to local criteria. And then the discretionary criteria, it just says meet several of the following criteria. There's 9 of them. And several could be 2, could be 3. Maybe that could be clarified because that kind of gives some ambiguity. Maybe that's good. But again, that is something that I think falls underneath the council also. So at the end, when the staff is doing their administrative review and the city manager is ultimately either approving this or not approving it, what they're approving or not approving is that administrative review. They're not making the determination. Again, that falls within the council. So maybe on that page there, maybe that we could just clear that language up a little bit. We know that when we read through this in terms of what that criteria is and constructional stuff, but that sometimes, if you just look at the sentence without context, it probably doesn't communicate what we really want to be communicated. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Do you think when we're talking about the process and, how the majority of it relies on the council, when you go to page 7, the threshold administrative review, it talks about it coming through planning and zoning, right? And the IAC. So do you see some of that happening preliminary review with IAC, maybe more in depth, something like a deeper dive with that, and then kind of as a follow-up, when I read that, my question, and I noted, was, do you also need to include legal and finance?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation. One of the things we have to look at, and this is something I was talking with Councilor Forster about here. Eric gave this presentation to the IAC here a month or 2 ago. And, there's a lot of effort to do a TIF, right? A lot of effort by the developers, a lot of effort by the city staff and the council. Is there a way to be able to do kind of a, for lack of a better term, like an overview? Right. To see, is that on target with our comprehensive plan? Is that on target with our objectives and goals? The things that we're trying to accomplish, with our partnership with SEDC, does this fit within that?
Right.
It would be nice to have a preliminary type of review. Maybe it doesn't necessarily have all the complete administrative reviews complete, but we'll at least have a big picture of it that we're all aware of as a council and working with all our partners. That would be helpful. But again, I would agree, since we're talking about finance, the legal finance should be involved in this. We're looking at it from an infrastructure, in terms of just from an infrastructure perspective. And does it meet some of the goals and objectives, the comprehensive plans that we have? But when it comes down to the actual finance side of it, I would turn that over to the experts on the legal and finance, working with our finance director, to be able to kind of maybe whittle that out a little bit.
Right.
Does that initial review, though, does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, I think it's almost as if we're talking about what a first and second reading when it comes to ordinance, because when you look at the disallowed costs, as Eric mentioned, the council has some discretionary powers within that, right, Eric?
Yes.
Right. So it would have to be, right now, the way that we've been doing it, we really get the TIF paperwork and it's already kind of hammered out. It's, except for council action, it's really finalized. So I think, when we look at it and we talk committee review, that committee process, and then does it come to full council for, like a first reading or anything? Does anyone have any
The goal
other
of
additional comments? Yeah.
creating or adding in the committee to this, because generally this would be an administrative threshold review where, okay, the council would set out their goals and priorities in the handbook, and the city essentially implementing. Does the proposed application meet the threshold outline in the handbook? So that's kind of primarily council's guidance for the administration. And it limits the scope on what the administrative can do, because we're following the handbook as making the decision moving forward. The goal of including the IAC into the process is to essentially get council members at least aware of the
Get council
TIF.
eyes on the application, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, just kind of like a brief feedback, because ultimately the IAC provides recommendations, but it's just an ability for council or a number of council members to at least be aware of, okay, this is coming down the pipeline. Is there anything that's really concerning right off the bat? Because with the city's primarily, the staff in this initial threshold isn't necessarily looking into the nuts and bolts of the project itself. It's just looking, okay, what's the goals of this project? What's the ultimate, what are the developers trying to achieve? And does it meet the initial statutory and the kind of the policy decisions moving forward with it? Once we get into the project plan and the development agreement, that's where the real kind of nuts and bolts will occur with the development on how, okay, street widths, things of that sort. I mean, various really nuts and bolts items. This is kind of more of an overarching view, and it's just, okay, do you meet this initial criteria moving forward? We don't want to necessarily get into the nuts and bolts right at this level. We want to kind of push it through and work, because I mean, even if it meets the threshold, they're still going to be working with staff on polishing it up even further, and then especially after council review, whether there's additional changes, because the council eventually approves the project plan and the development agreement. There's always room, if council sees any issues with that, to start working through a little further or direct staff to kind of polish it up.
I think it's a positive that we would have it at least discussed and do a review in the Infrastructure Advisory Committee. The only thing is, with that committee, though, we're not decision makers in that committee. And even before we get into the nuts and bolts of a more elaborate plan and project that would require a TIF, I think it would be beneficial if somewhere in that process, we, as the 9 of us, would have an opportunity to have a discussion about it. Maybe that's just a report, from the infrastructure chair or from Rick, who's the key staff member, or from the city manager, just to provide an update. So everybody has some insights, we can have a discussion on it. And again, before we get too far in the nuts and bolts, let's make sure we want to get into the nuts and bolts. I think, to me, somehow, in some way, we just need to have somewhere that we have at least, I'm not saying, I wouldn't even call it a review, it's a discussion, just so we're all on the same sheet of music, we understand what's going on, as people talk to us about, hear about initiatives and whatnot, we have an understanding of it. And then if there's any initial guidance that we need to provide in terms of what we've been doing for our goals and objectives for that year, our comprehensive plan, we can provide that to the staff as we start getting into the nuts and bolts. So having that initial review, whatever that looks like, however we define that, I think would be beneficial, as you're kind of pointing out, Becca.
Yeah. Thank you, Aaron. Anyone else? Comments? Kevin, are you?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I'm big on process and repeatable process. So parts of this seems very relevant. I obviously look at it and wonder if it's a 10,000-foot overview where a $2,500 application fee factors in. How this factors in with our current developer's checklist, which is a policy. As a resolution, we've got a shorter time window with which to work within this. Am I correct with that?
Generally, once the handbook is passed, it would just renew until it's changed. It just simplifies the process of if a new council comes on and changes priorities, or just a change in priorities, period. It's easier to change rather than an ordinance. You can revise the handbook and allow costs, disallow costs, and shift things a little easier. So there's flexibility, and it's not set on a sunset. We have quite a few different processes that are run through resolution that generally, once you pass the resolution, it's in effect until it's changed or repealed. And that would be the goal of this handbook.
Again, the $2,500 fee to get started, I question that, because really what are we doing at that point? We get into our nuts and bolts later. This is basically, do we have enough of a concept that we can pass go, so to speak? Another, as I read through that, especially now that, it's becoming more apparent that it's once again, a first pass, 5 years worth of financials seems to be kind of a stretch to be reaching out for somebody to provide to city staff, especially since financing would probably come through private financing. Obviously, if there was going to be city financing, there would be a component of that. But really, I think for me, overall, as we go forward, again, I think processes and checklists are pretty important, but we should be engaging our partners on this, and our direct partner in this. We've got a contract with SEDC, and so they should have a review of this and be providing us some input from their point as well. I think that is super valuable for us, and part of the reason that we're partners.
One reason for having the financials is to essentially, the goal is to, if the city's going to make this significant investment, we don't want a fly-by-night corporation that's just kind of created, takes the money, we want to have an organized developer is the goal of it. And the application fee, there's a significant amount of work up front that the city does, and this encourages the developer to kind of more dot their T's, or dot their I's, cross their T's, and make sure that if they're willing to pay that $2,500 fee, that they have something that's moving forward, rather than the city staff having to work back and forth with the developer on polishing things, where in the past we've received essentially a skeleton plan and then the city builds it up. The goal is for the developers to build that up, and then that way we can minimize the city staff time in moving this forward. And $2,500 is probably a conservative approach to what the actual staff time invested in these are. There's usually quite a few meetings, quite a few just working out the fine details of moving forward before we even, whether it's a viable project and various odds and ends.
So when we talk the fees for the developer on page 17, you talked about the 25,000, right? And then it looks like further down in that paragraph, for an initial TIF district application that includes phases, you have an additional $2,000 of imputed administrative fee. And then an amendment is an additional 5,000, correct?
Yes.
So that is 32 total, and then the 25 is in addition to that, but that comes in at the very beginning, correct, with the application?
The 25 is usually, and same with all the rest of the imputed administrative costs, could generally be about year 5 of the
Year
TIF
5, okay.
before the city would essentially start
Okay.
receiving anything from that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the $2,500
Yeah,
application
that's
fee.
initial.
That's
that-
also included in, okay.
No, that is separate from, that's
Okay.
essentially attached to the application.
That's the initial fee.
To,
The
of-
25,000, once the plan is approved,
yeah,
Right,
then the
that's,
year 5.
$25,000.
if the
That's
TIF
right.
is approved and are moving forward, then
Right.
we would start moving forward with that, because that essentially recoups the costs for city staff for the development or the developing the project plan, holding the hearings, the project or creating the development agreement, plus just the year-to-year basis of running, kind of receiving the funds, moving them. I mean, just generally, there's quite a few administrative costs, and it's very labor-intensive to manage these on a year-to-year basis, and then close out and things of that sort. So over 20 years, the maximum length of a TIF, the city can exert quite a bit of staff time in managing these TIFs. And that's the goal of the imputed administrative fee, is to recoup some of those costs. It likely won't be total amount of costs exerted, but we're trying to balance impact of the TIF versus city investment, and trying to balance the two. So we don't want to have administrative fees that are too exorbitant where it eats up vast majority of the TIF proceeds. We want the majority of the TIF proceeds to go towards the infrastructure project, the various development project costs. The administrative fee is just a small portion of it, trying to recoup some of the staff time involved in managing these TIFs.
So would these fees be only for new TIFs going forward? Or if there was to be a TIF that needed amendment or revision, would these fees apply to, like, say, a current TIF right now?
Since it's not in the project plan, I think this process would only be moving forward in the future, because generally all the allowable project costs are identified in the project plan itself, and all the project plans we have with our current TIFs acknowledge just a $25,000 administrative fee. I think I was looking through TIF 26, and I think that's dropped down to 5,000 because it's a very small TIF. I think it has a maximum 40,000 or something. So it's depending on how large the TIF is. Generally, 25,000 will cover a chunk of the staff time involved in it.
Okay.
But if it's a very small TIF, which, like in the TIF 26 is the Habitat for Humanity TIF, where it's just kind of a small project, that's something that, well, it wouldn't be proportionate. The 25,000 fee wouldn't be proportionate to what the staff time would exert. So we still have potentially room for smaller projects.
And then as we look at the application, initiating that for a developer, when they come in, it will be that $2,500 application fee. It will be the application form, correct?
Yes.
And then when we look at the checklist, which, I mean, it looks really good, Eric, is that something that's submitted also, or is this just for
Yeah,
the developers as a guideline, or?
The goal of it is to checklist to be submitted with the application
Okay.
too. That way it narrows down, okay, this are the goal of this development is to affordable housing or
Okay.
in building economic development or whichever direction the development's going. So the more criteria it meets, the better of an investment it is for the city.
Okay.
And this is just kind of a quick evaluation for both ends on, okay, what, is it is it going in the direction of the city? And will it provide essentially the most bang for its buck for the public?
Okay. And would you mind just kind of touching on the different sections of the checklist, just so the audience can kind of hear maybe just a couple things that's in that, in this section, so they can kind of just visualize and hear what you've included?
I mean, a lot of it is almost just identifying what's in the threshold. So some of it is the statutory components of it. For instance, like some of the purposes to like stimulate economic development, to redevelopment of deteriorated properties. So essentially looking at addressing blighted properties, promoting economic development. So going underneath the various components of a TIF. And they kind of overrun through the allowable costs. And then additionally, for instance, the criteria for evaluation addresses much of that section pulls directly from statute. So you're looking at like SDCL 1198 and 1199, 11910, where they address the various definitions of blighted.
Okay.
And that's the goal of this section, is to more, okay, is the property blighted? Does it meet the minimum requirements? Because the city in its resolution for TIFs have to meet certain statutory requirements. And I think if you read through the resolutions, that the city acknowledges that 25% or more of the property is referred to as blighted, or 50% or more is towards economic development, and there's minimum threshold statutory requirements for a TIF to be used. That's the goal of that section. In addition, the project must meet 2 of the following 6 criteria. The goal of that is to try to figure out what type of TIF is this going to be. So like SDCL 13.10 provides the various TIF districts, and that helps guide the city. Okay, is this going to be an affordable housing TIF? Is this a local improvement TIF? Is this an economic development or an industrial TIF? That section helps narrow down the scope of the TIFs. And then the discretionary criteria is more, okay, what's the direction, what's the vision the city wants to go? So the goal of this is to mirror the city's goals and objectives, where do we want to promote economic development? And the more they check off, obviously, the better investment it is for the city to invest the TIF funds. So trying to direct the project to be more in line with city goals and objectives is the goal of that. Because if a developer doesn't necessarily want to follow the direction of the city, they don't have to. They can develop the property on their own, but you won't have that significant investment of a TIF. And that's one area where the TIF generally, and I think it mentions through here, the project will generate at least 1 full-time job, and there's in various parts of this process, the developer acknowledges that the project wouldn't move forward without the TIF funds. So the goal of that component is to promote the development that otherwise wouldn't be done. Because if the developer would run with the project, whether we receive TIF funds or not, then essentially the city, wouldn't recommend the city investing into that project when you could invest in a different one that wouldn't happen without the TIF. So it's just trying to figure out priorities and direction and guide the developers into following the direction the city envisions.
You know, expanding on what Councilor Forster was talking about in terms of our partners, when we're looking at our local criteria and the discretionary criteria, you know, again, maybe that's a good opportunity to work with our partners, SEDC, maybe the other economic councils and whatnot, to really kind of, at the end of the day, we want to have some synergy amongst all those organizations on what we're trying to accomplish here in Sturgis economically. And the more input we can get in there, then that can shape not only this handbook, but also our comprehensive plan. And we're all kind of working towards the same goal using each of our own means and resources to achieve that outcome. So, I know we have the SEDC meeting, we have members on that. I think Councilor Forster is on that from the council. And maybe the other, I know we were going to be talking tonight about another appointment possibly with other type of organizations, economic type of organizations. I think the more synergy we can get with all those groups to help inform this handbook, I think would be helpful. And then when we get into the regular meeting, when we get into other matters, we have developers here, we have a representative from SEDC. Absolutely would like to hear your perspective and your thoughts or concerns or just whatever you want to talk about. I think the more we have input on this, the better product we'll have.
Because, the review of the document itself, it's more the stakeholders, because the comp plan really will drive the council's goal and objectives. That's the goal of the comp plan. And then this would be enacting those goals and objectives, what the process is trying to do at least. So, their input onto the handbook and things of that sort, there's going to be components where it may not apply to SEDC. For instance, like the TIFs generally won't have a huge impact on SEDC, but the goals and objectives of the city as a whole, as kind of the eagle eye view, will be based off of those type of meetings.
Oh, absolutely. When you're talking about the comprehensive plan is not our plan, is our plan, right? And all the people in our community has input into that. So again, once we have that comprehensive plan, we may shape these local criteria, these discretionary criteria to match what that is.
Yeah.
But again, that's everybody, having some input.
Oh, yeah. And that's the whole goal of the comp plan is that's the real kind of where the rubber hits the road on where the city's going and how we want to move forward. And that's going to shape every decision that the city makes. And that's one nice part about the handbook is that can be changed. Like once we put together a new comprehensive plan, we can revise the handbook to mirror the direction of the comp plan.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council for Eric?
I know I've used up all your time, but great job, Eric. I appreciate everything that you put on this. As you initially stated, we really didn't have everything codified into one area. It was kind of, we had a person or two that was taking care of it, but when you lose somebody, that knowledge goes with them, and you're trying to capture all that knowledge and put it in one document, and that's absolutely the right thing to do. So thanks, Eric.
Because, the goal is to create a process where 20 years down the road, we know the process. But through change of staff, change of council, we can keep a standardized process that everybody knows going in and what it is, how we work it, and how to move forward with it. Yeah. There's no random changes or potential pitfalls that aren't evident.
Yeah, you did a great job at standardizing and streamlining this process. So just thank you so much. They really are great documents that you've produced. So I guess we've maybe come to the end of our discussion. And so let's just briefly talk next steps for this revisement.
The process, the next step would be to address the ordinance. That would be the first step, get that set up, and then once the ordinance is in place, then we can start working on the handbook resolution. And essentially the application and checklist are staff documents that are based off of the handbook and not necessarily the ordinance, but primarily the handbook is what will guide the creation of the application.
Okay.
And checklist. So I would recommend running forward with the ordinance whenever the council sees fit, and then we can polish up the handbook as needed.
Okay. Do we want to talk guidance for timeline on this? Aaron?
Well, I know from the infrastructure committee, one of the reasons we asked Eric to get in front of the council sooner than later is that we have developments that, are somewhat in the pipeline. In the initial phase, haven't maybe got application fees, but, we know there's some developers that wanting to do something. So I would say sooner the better on having something. Again, I would, maybe with Kevin, with the SEDC, maybe sitting down and going through at least in the criteria and some of that kind of stuff and just help shape that. Because again, this would be our kind of a bridge for a year or two until we get that comprehensive plan approved here, hopefully sometime next year. So it would be nice to have some more insight from our partners on that and get this done as quickly as possible, because I know that these actions are going to be coming down the pipeline here relatively quick.
Okay, so we'll just kind of keep the throttle going on this program. And are we wanting a report on the next meeting, or do we want it to go back to IAC?
Maybe the next step might be the legal and finance possibly too.
Okay.
I know we got a lot on our docket next meeting. Maybe, some of the developers are out here in the audience, maybe when they speak about that, maybe they can help us with some timelines there. But if we could get other people to just review our criteria and just have that we're all on the same sheet of music on what we're trying to accomplish for development. And even if we just got that complete, we could probably put this in play pretty quickly. It's a handbook, it's easy to adjust, but at least we have something in place that we can make adjustments from.
Sure.
But the sooner that we have it, from talking with Mr. Bush, and I think Eric was even kind of relaying this, that we do have some of these actions that are going to be coming down the pipeline relatively quick. So do we need to have 100% product right now? I don't think so. Let's get an 80-85% product in place. At least we have a process that's had, at least maybe get some insight from our partners on those criteria, and then let's implement that and move forward and make adjustments as necessary.
Okay, so then Kevin, as SEDC council member there, do you want to sit down with the pertinent SEDC members and
I'd personally
that
like to see a
discussion?
recommendation from that group, but
Okay,
I'd be
yes.
willing to speak with them.
Okay.
As an ex officio member, I'm not able to vote or do any piece with their organization. I understand the speed end of it, but I wonder, and I haven't been tracking that legislation, but in our ordinance is where the $25,000 administration fee is listed, isn't it?
We really don't have an ordinance.
Okay.
It's always just been traditionally used in the development agreements and project plans.
So I'm wondering, I guess, where I'm going with that is that it was my understanding that the county officials had been working with the state, the legislators to try and get some laws in place to get some dollars in their coffers, because tracking TIFs, splitting out valuations and doing those things, honestly, I sat in that chair and I think it's probably a bigger lift for the counties to be able to apportion that properly and keep track of all of that value than it is for the city to run some of the pieces that they do. So if there's a chance that on July 1st we're going to have a different law, we probably shouldn't be getting too far out in front of where that is. Now, if that's dead for this year already, maybe this is a moot point.
And that's the joy of, because the administrative fee is generally set in the handbook, so we can change that and we can tweak it as needed too. And we can incorporate the county and their administrative costs and however we want to do that.
Okay.
So that's something that if the council wants to move forward with that, then I'm sure the county wouldn't complain, even if it doesn't pass, whether or not the city wants to prioritize that.
Okay.
It's a means of building relationships and working forward.
Sure. So let's get an update on where that legislation is standing, if it's going to the floor or, died in committee. And then Kevin will talk to SEDC, and then we'll start with the ordinance, and that will come back. Is IAC having a meeting sometime soon, or what's the schedule for that?
Yeah, I don't remember the meeting, but the date, but yeah, we have more
Okay.
coming up.
Okay. And then it can come back through legal and finance also, Eric, and then that way we'll cover everything. And, I mean, do we want to put a timeline of maybe like that second meeting in March? That's,
I believe the next IEC meeting is going to be on March 25th.
okay.
I mean, unless they want to schedule one earlier, but.
Yeah, we could schedule either.
'cause
I mean,
the-
we put 25th because we didn't really have anything that was impressing at that time, but, you know, we can, if you want us to, we can meet earlier, because I think the second meeting in March is, what's the date on that? Does anybody have? It's the 18th,
18th.
and that's a Monday, right?
Yes.
Well, I may not be a part of it. I'll be, you know, I take off on the 26th of February for a warfighter exercise, U.S. Army exercise. I get back on the 14th. I could maybe do something on the 15th, that Friday, if everybody was available. I know it might be a little tough for Tony. He'll have to figure out the timeline.
I can see what I can do.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll shoot for a second meeting in March for bringing it back to council.
Before we get too far, I think there's a couple other divisions that need to be included in this. Now, planning and zoning is on the IEC, and Mr. Bush is an integral part of that. But I think planning and zoning plays a big piece in this handbook, in the way we go forth. So not to include Mr. Smith would be a mistake on the council's part. I just want to bring that forward, that we need all the players. We've been trying to get this done for the better part of the last 8 years.
Sure.
Now's the time. We got good momentum on it again. But I want to make sure that those two departments are heavily involved in this process.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. So we'll make sure that all appropriate staff is also brought into the dialogue.
And through the development of these documents, I've been kind of trying to keep, especially planning and zoning, in the loop. That way they're aware on what's potentially, what their duties are going to be under this
Okay.
process.
That sounds great. All right. That sounds great. Okay, so with that, I think we have an action plan moving forward for the next 30 days. And so I will close our council work session. We have about 5.5 minutes before council will move into executive. That is the next item. And with that, we do ask our guests to please step out of the room. And we will call our regular meeting to order at 6:30. So we'll have 5-minute break. Thank you. We're good? Okay. We're back online. Item number 2 for our council agenda. I made a mistake, and it is to call the meeting to order this evening, so I would like to do that. I'm calling to order the regular meeting of the Sturgis Common Council, February 20th, 2024. The third item is approval of the agenda. The chair will entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
All right, we have a first by Tony, a second by Mike on approval of the agenda. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously for approval. Item number 4, if you'll please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please rise and remove cover. All right, item number 5 is executive session. There is a need for executive session, so the chair will entertain a motion to move into exec.
So moved.
Okay, we have a first by Preston, a second by Dean. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, no. Motion carries, and we will move into exec. Okay, we have come back into, thank you, Adam. All right. All right, we have come back into the open part of our meeting. And I would like to say that previously I made a mistake in that we didn't go right into exec. We did approve the agenda, the pledge, and the Pledge of Allegiance, and the motion to move into executive. So I'd like the record to show that, please. So that brings us to item 7, other matters that may come before the council. This is where citizens are allowed the opportunity to come before council to present any kind of comments, questions, or concerns. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful and complete them and keep them to 3 minutes or less. We ask that you please come up to the podium and state your name and if you are a citizen of Sturgis. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to come forward with other matters before council? Okay, going once, going twice. Yes, Bonnie, please.
You know, Bonnie, I was just being polite. Well, the first thing I want to say is I really hate having this comment period at this point in the meeting. Bonnie Alberts. I don't think it's as purposeful at this time of the meeting as it is when it falls at the end of the meeting, because I think the meeting itself provokes thoughts amongst us that are better expressed later on. A couple of things I wanted to ask, but I think they've clarified themselves. The handbook didn't come from anywhere. We created the handbook. Eric created the handbook. Is that a correct understanding? Okay. I'd like to know who of you have actually had the opportunity to read every word in the handbook. Have you read the handbook?
It was given to council about a week ago.
And you all read every word in the handbook? Did you do any editing? Because there's some editing that needs to be done. And so I hope you will take the time before and not rush that handbook through, because there's some issues in it. I think Becca brought up some issues, and so did Aaron, but it needs a careful read and a solid editor. I'm kind of wondering about the $2,500. I mean, you add up the $2,500, you add up the $2,000 at every phase, you add up the $5,000 that I didn't quite figure out where that came from because I haven't had time to read every word. And then a $25,000. Has this? Do I understand that this has not been processed through at all with folks who have done TIFs and had any input on how that would impact a developer who wants to do that?
I think that's a question for Eric. If you'd like to come up and
I mean, we really haven't, when crafting this handbook, it's been more staff-related, not necessarily out in the open yet. And the purpose of the work session was to open that up. But a lot of the 25,000 imputed administrative costs stems from just the city's history on TIFs, because that's been the commonplace 25,000. The additional components were taken from various communities on kind of the phases and things of that sort, on kind of estimated costs. And generally, the city staff inputs a lot of time and effort into these TIFs and development of the project plans and development agreements and just managing TIFs in general. Because there's always hiccups that come along and various project costs and things of that sort, and evaluating whether it fits within the project plan. So, I mean, the goal is to try to recoup some of the city's funds. or staff time that's exerted into that. So that, it's still flexible, like we could shift, I mean, it's up to the council on what, if we want to charge imputed administrative fees at all. Because we could waive those fees and then just essentially the city would eat the staff time costs. It just depends on the priorities of the council and how we want to move forward. But generally, those fees were based off of kind of the history, the city's history with running with TIFs, and then adding in what other communities are doing in creating the 2,000 for the phases and the 5,000 for amendments.
And I bring it up because going from none at all to that much is a quantum leap. And Eric, you know that I am not critical of your work. I mean, I appreciate what you did on this document and the other things that you've done. But I was cursed with an editorial eye. And I have to say, I mean, you said city staff, and they put in a lot of time, and I am never comfortable with those kinds of justifications. A lot of time is how much time, at what price? I mean, I think there needs to be some calculation on what it really takes to run a TIF process through. And again, when you say, in your presentation, there were several places where it says city staff recommends. That's through a glass darkly. I mean, that's that obscurity that just puts a target on your back. Who is city staff? Which city staff? We've got to be more specific and identify. We've got to own what we say and do. If city staff recommends, then the city staff that recommends that needs to own that recommendation, and that needs to be part of the process and the understanding. So, not picking on you. Thank you. In the checklist, there's one point at where it says, and see now I don't have the computer open now, so I'm going to have trouble with it, but it says the checklist where it meets all the purposes, and then there are required criteria, 1, 2, 3. There were like, and then it says, and meet 2 of the next 6, and there were only 4. So,
Which section are you thinking about?
I don't know, let me
I
grab
got
it.
it up on the computer. Look up on the.
And you're presuming I can see that far. Okay, well, okay,
I know that one section, there was, I think I had an error where I had 6, and then I think I originally had additional criteria, and then we
8 through 9,
pulled
just a
that.
minute. Go back
But-
to the one that said 9, because
Right
it
there,
had
you were
something
just
about
at
8
it.
and 9.
This one?
Checklist, meet all purposes.
And I know in my current version, I fixed the 6th and changed it to 4, but I'm not sure if that
Okay, oh,
checklist is the most recent. If it says 6, then
what's up
that-
above that one? Is that the first one?
Yeah.
Okay, first, okay, come down, slower. You make me car sick. Okay, come on down. Come on down, that's the one that says, those are the
There it is,
required
right there.
criteria, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and 2 of the following 6, if you come on down there, there are only 4. Come on down. And then, okay, right there in 4, just a minute, go back to that number 4,
Oh, I'm
up above.
looking for the other numbers.
Okay, yeah, there aren't. Okay, here it says the project will result in construction of affordable housing units defined as housing where the occupant is no longer paying blah, blah. And in another place, it said a TIF can't be used on housing.
I mean, generally, for
know what I'm talking about?
affordable housing, you can't build the residential structures, but you can use it to provide the infrastructure for affordable housing. Just the primary purpose of referring to it as affordable housing is to address the,
But right there, it says the
Tax
project will
levy.
result in the construction of affordable housing
As part of
units.
the criteria.
yeah. So like if the developer's pursuing affordable housing, you can still use project costs to provide the infrastructure, say like the sewer, the
Okay, but that's what I'm
water.
talking about. You need to work on it, because it's conspicuously contradictory. You might have that embedded in there that, okay, well, down the line, it's gonna turn into housing, but we're actually using the TIF for the infrastructure. You need to say that, because that,
mean,
it's
the-
misleading.
One of the purposes, if you scroll down to the next page, at the very top, I think it has a lot of the definitions of what consists of affordable housing. And the purpose of that is to show what sort of TIF district it is, what type, and, or classification. And how, if it's an affordable housing classified TIF, then that won't increase the potential of the school district tax levy. That'll leave that where it is. And that's the primary designation for affordable housing.
And I get that, but up above, you've already taken your reader down the wrong road. Don't leave a fork off to the side that doesn't go where you mean it to go. And then discretionary criteria says the project should meet several of the following criteria. That's way too vague in a document like this. You know, define several, get something more specific in there. And
I think that's where the part comes in where the council has the discretionary power to say which. Is that correct, Eric?
Yeah, I mean, the goal of leaving it vague is not to pinpoint the developer down. For instance, if they have one, that doesn't necessarily exclude them. It just, in the priority of, like, if we have multiple TIFs or we're hitting that deadline, does the city want to prioritize that specific project? Because if it only hits one or two of the criteria while another proposed project or development hits four of them, then we'll prioritize that one of the four over the two. But it's trying to leave it fairly vague, but encouraging multiple approaches to
but
it.
several isn't the way to do that. At the discretion of the council is the way to do
Okay.
it. Several isn't the way to do that. At the discretion of the council. The council has the discretion to choose from these. You know, different wording. Several is way too vague. That's not the way to do what you described is fine and admirable, but that's not the way to lay it out there. So my big question was that confusion over the housing, because when I read the beginning of the document, it said not housing, and then you got down there and you're talking about housing. So that was my big discrepancy and my big contradiction
Okay.
within it. I mean, you know, if you start reading it, you say, oh, well, we were looking at going, this winding up being housing, but I guess we can't. Close the book.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bonnie. And thank you, Eric. Is there anyone else? Okay, Mr. Bisson, please come forward. And Miss Amanda, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Bisson. This is Amanda Anglin. I presently chair the Sturgis Economic Development Board. Most of my comments tonight will not be as a representative of the board, but more so as my experience of over 40 years of working with economic development in various communities and 35 years of banking, and have financed several TIFs. First off, I would echo Councilor Forrester's and Councilor Jordan's comments in the work session that the structure is important. I was not aware that there wasn't this kind of structure before. So for consistency's sake, it makes sense to have this, and I commend that effort. But I do have a few concerns that we don't want this to be a deterrent. We want it to be structured. We want it to help economic development. And so I just have a few suggestions that might come back under our formal response from Economic Development Board. Excuse me. So the $2,500 application fee, I would recommend that be a origination fee, so that when it's closed, it's collected at that time, not as an application fee. I see the $2,500 application fee as a deterrent. So, but if you approve it, I'm assuming most applications have been approved. Is that correct for TIFs? Yes. So you're going to collect the $2,500 more than likely. So why not make it an origination fee at closing? The 5-year financials, if I would assume the city would prefer that the banks are financing the TIFs, correct? Versus the city. So if more than likely the developer is going to have some preliminary credit approval. I apologize. And so if you could get a preliminary credit approval for that financing from the bank to come along with the application, I don't see the need for the city to have the financials. I think that'd be a big concern for a developer to share that financial information when the city isn't financing it. The 45 days to bring to get an answer back, I think is a little lengthy. So I didn't want that to be a deterrent either. If that could be shortened, that'd be great. Earlier on the screen, it showed that 50 job threshold, or 10,000, a job per 10,000. I know it's under the discretionary part, but I think it's a lofty goal to do that. So I'd recommend that not be included, because someone could see it as a deterrent that, well, mine isn't going to meet that. So even though it's under discretionary, I wouldn't include that. The affordable housing standard for 10 years being met, I struggled with that a little bit as far as how you define that. It says based on the above criteria, but that presently I think it's 385,000 is the threshold for first-time home buyers. But if you buy a house with an unfinished basement and then you finish it and then you sell it later, that's above the threshold. I don't see that as a fair assessment on meeting that. So I would either shorten that 10 years or or somehow define it better to allow for improvements being made to the property. I think that's the extent of my comments. So, like I said, these are my observations. Our Economic Development Board will meet and discuss it further and give Councilor Forrester our thoughts on a formal basis. Turn over to Amanda.
Sure. Thank you. I'd just like to add a couple more comments that, I think this is a great document, and I too appreciate processes and procedures and applications. I think that's very important. To add on to what Paul had said on the discretionary criteria where there's a dollar amount tied to job creation numbers, I think we need to look at that a little farther and have some more conversations about what that looks like for our community specifically. The last time that we had one single employer that created anywhere near 50 jobs was a number of years ago, prior to my time even being in this position. So I just think we need to look at that a little farther and consider it. And then as well as there was another section in there that talked about will bring new or expanded employment opportunities. And I'm just wondering if there's a threshold when we talk about that will be considered within the application process, or if it's just at the discretion of the council when that project comes through the process, because there again, I think it's project specific and it could very well depend on what the actual TIF is looking to do. And if we're looking to create an industrial park versus maybe trying to revitalize a different area within our community, those two projects could be on the complete end of the spectrum, and it may be more cumbersome or difficult to possibly have a TIF approved if we're not looking at every possibility throughout the community. So I would appreciate the opportunity to have some further discussions about the document and talk to the council or however we decide to move forward. But thank you.
All right.
If I might suggest, I don't think Kevin Forrester is the point of contact for this document. I believe Mr. Eric is. So please direct your comments to our legal staff.
I didn't mean to be bypassing Mr. Miller. Kevin Councilor Forrester is on our board, so I saw him as a conduit to relay it to the appropriate people.
That's fine, Paul, but I would ask that you make sure that Mr. Miller, Eric Miller, gets a copy of the documents. And it would probably benefit from your discussion,
Yes.
your direct discussion.
We'll make sure that all appropriate parties are included in this. So thank you so much for your comments, and we look forward to your input. Is there, okay. Is there anyone else?
Council. Bill Phillips, local business owner, developer here in Sturgis, and I too appreciate having some sort of checklist and process, and I think it's going to be a good tool we can all use. I do think there's a lot of questions about it, and I don't know how we address that. I mean, I think I could personally quiz us all for the next hour, but we probably don't want to do that tonight. Just kind of opening up with Paul and hoping maybe we could do a roundtable with a lot of the stakeholders in it, maybe a couple counselors, legal and finance be there, some of the infrastructure. It's good to have a banker there. I think there's a lot of questions and we can make a good tool out of this. I just think we need to answer some of those before we set a process that I just don't want it to be too vague in some areas and too encumbersome that it starts slowing any progress down and not meeting the objectives of the council. So just kind of hoping we can do some sort of roundtable discussion and get the right stakeholders in there, the right parties, and then maybe work through some of that. So.
Okay. Yes, we had talked about, bringing it back to council in 30 days. And with the focus being on the ordinance, I think definitely following the process for that, which is discussion, first reading, second reading. But I think even, to your point, Bill, is including you all from the beginning. So, when it has infrastructure and legal and finance, just keeping, again, like you said, the stakeholders in the loop. And if that means a specific sit down, then I think that, we can talk about that and get that on the calendar. Because I think there's never anything wrong with enhancing communication and keeping that avenue open. So why don't we stay in touch, and we'll look at calendar dates for that. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think the more stakeholders that we get involved in this, with all the different interests and have an understanding and appreciate their perspective, because at the end of the day, we're all trying to be able to get the same thing. We're trying to grow our community responsibly. We're trying to provide economic development. And so obviously, we're sometimes doing something in a vacuum, you're not going to get the best product. So, I think that's a great recommendation. We're already working with SEDC, and I know they're going to do a formal review to provide that back to us. But maybe setting up with the right stakeholders and having just a brainstorm session, just kind of go through it. Doesn't have to be formal, just informal, and go through and have an understanding of some of the things that Bill's talking about, what SED's talking about. Understand our interest also from a city perspective, and we can build a better product. So I would recommend sooner than later, here with the next couple of weeks, that we'd have some kind of gathering of those stakeholders to be able to have a discussion on this. And that in itself probably would give us a pretty good solution to having something ready for the council to take a look at here in about a month.
Sure. Does that sound
Appreciate
okay?
that.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Anyone else? It doesn't have to be on the work session topic. If you have other items, please feel free to come forward. Okay, all right. Well, with that, we'll move on to the next item of business. That's item number 8, old business. You'll see in 8.1 and 8.2, those were items that were tabled from our previous meeting on February 5th. So 8.1 is the authorization to sign the professional services contract with the AMA Pro, AFT-E, and Outerkind. Mr. Marshall.
President Zerbst, reflects my understanding of the changes requested at the last council meeting.
Yes.
Some of those items address the payment of commissions, that those commissions are not to be received by AMA Pro until the city's obligations have been discharged in that year. Another provision that was addressed was the mutual termination agreement. That was expanded to reflect that the agreement could be terminated, for example, if AFT-E does not secure a track location. The annual budget has been revised in that it deleted the option to purchase the barriers. Instead, those barriers, the safety barriers, will be purchased by AFT-E, and the event budget for 2024 must be paid in full by January 31, 2025. The agreement contemplates that that balance will be paid long before that if the city chooses to use its sponsorship money to apply it as sponsorship money is received. One of the benefits of the delayed payment date is that it provides interest-free financing for the city. The city can, of course, choose to apply the money it receives as it receives it and address cash flow problems. Another question that was posed was, what is the city's obligation if the contract is terminated? That is a question that really depends on when the agreement is terminated. If you terminate it immediately prior to the event, the cost of termination would be greater than if you terminate it after the event has taken place and you have had the benefit of your sponsorship agreements. The sponsorship revenue analysis, much of that remains confidential. It remains confidential because, first of all, you don't have an agreement. Secondly, the people who want to be sponsors are reluctant to sign off until you have the agreement. And AMA Pro is reluctant to make definitive representations about that cash flow, again, in the absence of an agreement. There is a disconnect in the process in that the city has a justifiable desire in knowing what this will generate, and at the same time, the promoters have a reasonable expectation that they need a product to sell before they can make reasonable representations as to the income. Having said all of that, there is tentatively committed at least $400,000 that would be paid towards the city sponsors, towards the city's expenses, and that number is continuing to grow. That was as of last week. The other question that I raised is, does the city have any liability if it doesn't sign the host agreement? And this component, again, reflects the disconnect between the legitimate desire for the city to know the income stream that this event will produce and the reluctance of the promoter to sell something that it doesn't own. So like so many things, it's on a continuum. If the city would have refused in its discretion to sign the agreement 6 weeks ago, the analysis is different than if you refuse to sign it tonight or sometime in the future. The longer that decision is put off, whether it is a thumbs up or a thumbs down, the greater the reliance you have from AFT-E that they're going to have an event to sell. Retaining walls and fencing, that will be purchased by AFT-E. The city will not have to buy those objects. They won't have to store them. You do not have the option to get an attorney general's opinion because by statute, those opinions are limited to questions asked of the attorney general by the legislature or either branch of the legislature, the state governor, the state auditor, or the state treasurer. AMA-E uses a promoter, Outerkind, to sell sponsorships. Outerkind will not be paid any of its commissions on those sponsorships until the city's expenses are paid in full. What about the track? There are questions about the track. Representatives of AFT-E are prepared to come to Sturgis yet this week and negotiate any leases that are necessary to create the track. A schematic of the track design has been attached to the agreement, and they have alternatives which they have not disclosed in the event that that schematic doesn't prove to be the track. The last question was, what about liability insurance? I've recommended a change that the city be added as an additional insured on the event insurance policy that I believe adequately addresses that remark, that question. And then last, but certainly not least, during the executive session, the question was posed, is this action to sign referable? My research has showed from a similar situation where the Heartland Park Raceway in Topeka, Kansas was built, that the referable question is signing the notice or the memorandum of understanding, and that if the host agreement tracks that language, the host agreement itself is not the referable action. I can't tell you with 100% certainty that that would be the case, but that is the direction that my legal research has taken me. Do members of the council have any questions that I might address?
Yeah, on the referable thing, this might be more for the council. I do appreciate the legal counsel in looking at it, and again, I think the example that was used was Kansas. I'm not certain if South Dakota law is consistent with Kansas law. I don't know. It just seems like a slippery slope. If we have acts that the community, has some disagreements with, and not having the opportunity to do a petition, something that we're all have an understanding over the last couple of years with the petition and the recent decision by the Supreme Court. I guess if I was to err on one side or the other, I would rather err on the side of the people of Sturgis would have the opportunity to refer this if that's what they choose. Again, if we don't support that petition, if they did get the number of signatures that was validated, again, I think that would be a slippery slope. That's not what this community needs right now. We need to bring people together. We need to unite, and we definitely don't need to be dividing. But I understand Mr. Marshall's perspective based on looking at Kansas and some of those kind of stuff. It's kind of, you just never know. Just like we didn't know a couple years ago until, what that decision was going to be until a couple weeks. So just another comment, it's no shock to anybody on the dais here, that, this is not something that I support. However, I will state that I really appreciate what the city staff has done. Their responsibility is to implement decisions of the council. And you may not like all the decisions, you may like all the decisions, but there was a decision here back in December to start the negotiations for a contract between the City of Sturgis and AFT-E, is it specifically? And since then, we've had, we had the meeting last week looking at the contract. We've had opportunities to do that in some of our subcommittees, and I do appreciate the city staff and primarily Mr. Marshall always going back and looking at those questions and fine-tuning the language in that agreement in a way that best interests Sturgis. So again, applaud the city staff. I mean, again, you guys were implementing what the policy of the council was from December. However, we have a vote tonight on this particular contract, and even though things look more promising when it comes down to what some of those finances could be, I still don't think we've really articulated to the city of Sturgis, the people in Sturgis, what this benefit is of this event. And, I made a comment last council that I haven't had one person that I've talked to or have talked to me that support this, and that's not an exaggeration. It's the first time we've had a lot of contentious issues in the time that I've been on council for the last just under 3 years, but I've never had an issue that was universally either liked or didn't like on one side other than this. So again, from my perspective, representing, Ward 3, I just wouldn't be able to support that contract. Thanks.
Any other comments regarding this contract? Mike?
Just for clarification, I don't see the city having a tremendous amount of incurred expenses. The barriers are going to be the big expense. We're going to have labor and city equipment involved in probably the setup and tear down. But as far as direct expenses, large expenses, I don't see any. I see less and less all the time. To balance that equation out, you've got to look at the income. The potential for income here to the city of Sturgis, I believe, over the course of years could dwarf the income that we receive from the rally. Because what we receive from the rally is sales tax. The city itself has nothing to sell. Therefore, this is a direct income source for maybe, I don't know, anywhere from 3 to 5 years if we do this. I just don't see the benefit of not doing it, to tell you the truth. I think we're denying ourselves an income source. I think we're denying ourselves the ability to grow the rally. I think we're going to deny ourselves to get out of the box here. If we don't get out of the box, our box is pretty fixed. We have the rally start date, the rally end date, and then the city doesn't really have an income source much after that. We don't do rodeos. We have sporting events that kind of help the supermarket and the fast food business. But, when you look at income sources, the city relies on sales tax and property tax. This is another means to get out of the box. And it's kind of like farming. If you don't take the chance, don't plant. If you're a rancher, don't buy any cows. Maybe the grass will pay for itself. What I'm saying is, theoretically, if you're not willing to take the chance, you've got no potential for income. That's my source.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Any other comments? Dean?
Yeah, just real quick. I guess one of the things that kind of lead into part of the decisions or the thought process for myself is different things that have come up the last couple months from different organizations and groups wanting the potential for different development, whether that be for youth sports specifically, come to mind. But this is or could be a potential revenue source to make those kind of things happen as well, and gives us the ability to use something we have here to benefit the community and the kids and youth athletics and whatever that may be. So it's exciting, but it's also scary. And regardless how anybody votes here, I don't feel like it's not a decision that's taken lightly, and it's not necessarily for myself, it is not an easy decision.
Anyone else from council? Aaron?
I appreciate what Dean, said in terms of what we can do to invest in the rest of our community. And most times, any opportunities you can do that, I think that's a good thing. I do, one thing that you said, Mike, that kind of caught my ear, and it's not just you. I've heard this, I know Mark Carson would say this a few times, and I've heard his comment a few times, that, we're trying to grow the rally. Personally, I don't think we have a mandate from the people of Sturgis to grow the rally. I think they want us to make it efficient and, make it as successful as it possibly can be, but I don't think there's a desire to really grow the rally. I worked with, the National Guard for 4 years, specifically in emergency response. And for those 4 years, I was always at the rally, and I'd work with primarily the police department, with Mr. Bush, Jim Bush, and the fire department. And what was interesting about that is that, I'm looking at this now from a state problem, potential problem, with the National Guard, U.S., Army and Air Force providing support. And what struck me, and this is really probably informed by Jim Bush, was that we are resourced to take care of a normal day. A normal day is just thousands and thousands of people in Sturgis, and in terms of from the law enforcement, from the infrastructure, from the garbage. But if we had an abnormal day, could be a tornado, could be a windstorm, it could be something more nefarious. We weren't really prepared for that. Not to mention just the impact on our structure. So again, I don't think I'm not necessarily advocating that we need to get rid of the rally. I don't want that to be the case. But I don't necessarily think we need to necessarily grow the rally. And, one of the talking points when we started having this discussion about the race was the problem that we were trying to solve was at the end of the rally, we start having a dwindling of people leaving the area. Personally, I don't think that is a problem. And from talking with some business owners that would probably be more interested in having higher numbers, and definitely talking with other people in the community, probably my wife being number one, doesn't necessarily see that as a problem. So in one sense, we were looking for a solution for a problem that may not exist, for at least for the community. Because I understand that from a participant perspective, they're trying to have a great experience. But, as a representative, I'm more concerned about the experience of the people that, live in town. So again, that's a good discussion to have. I think when we start having this, looking at our comprehensive plan and what is the vision for Sturgis, is a Sturgis defined by the rally, or is the rally important and we are defined more than that? And, it's just a part of us, but it's not us. I think that's where most people land on that question. So with that being, at least my perception of those conversations, I don't think really there's a desire from the people of Sturgis to grow the rally.
Any other council members have comments or questions?
Madam President?
Yes, Kevin, please.
One of the hardest things that I have with the contract is actually the timing of the obligation. If it's such a great deal, we should be paying those bills immediately and not carrying this over into 2025 budget year, which ultimately could end up with us paying twice. Because we'd pay the 24 bill and the 25 bill at the same time. And we talk about the rally, I guess, Mike, I appreciate those comments. It is counter to what I've been told. I've been told our city manager said that a third of our budget was revenue from the rally. And, we've talked about that heavily, and making sure that we account for and measure against every piece is tough. When we have to set staff up to work yet another day of rally, we're not able to address those items that are our mission, the items that are on the back of the wall here that say, an attractive, growing community served by professional staff that offers reliable services. We're an event staff at that point that is counting against a win that is blue sky. I've asked about how we can tie another council, because we are coming into an election with these bills potentially, and we shared that, we do that often in other contracts. It's been my experience, though, when we lease a road grader or we build a building or come up with some other infrastructure project like build a sewage treatment plant, we have an asset that goes behind it. We're buying blue sky in this case, and blue sky that could, if we are lucky enough to be successful, help us somewhere, but could stop us to continue to build our community outside of the rally. I heard a member of our community address us at a previous meeting that mentioned that a local business said that one of these local sporting events was as big as any single day of the rally for them. And for me, that's important. We have to keep the rally going, but let's not put all of our eggs in one basket. Our risk should be on us, our community, not a organization that's coming in from outside that's even struggling to survive. I mean, their champion for 2023 and, 22 and 23 is not even being sponsored by one of the biggest companies anymore. So maybe that's a personnel issue with them, but it's a real struggle to put a lot of money behind an event that isn't even a true event for racing enthusiasts. How do you watch a race that you can only see 2 blocks of at any one time? Anyway, it's concerning that we're not funding this off of the front side if we're truly going to take the risk on it. So if the money's not there to make sure that we're not going to run into the red, we shouldn't be forced to figure it out down the road with a different leadership team.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. All right, so any final comments right now? Okay, then I will open up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to come forward? Yes, please state your name and if you're a resident of Sturgis.
My name is Jim Thompson. I live on Hillside Court in Ward 3. I grew up next to Jack Hoyle, babysat for his children when he was, so I have an attachment to the rally from that state. Graduated from high school from here when it was much smaller rally. I'd like to address what Mr. Bashan said. He and I are friends and agree on some things, not all on others, but we always have some respect for one another. I believe the benefit to the citizens has not been, to the citizens of Sturgis, myself included, with the rally has it not been addressed. And this race, to me, appears to be one more chance for it to cost me. Tonight you'll be addressing an $11.10 cost for wastewater. I already have seen, since I got here, considerable increase on my city bill. I'm not complaining about it. I live in Sturgis, take benefit from it. but it is an extra cost. I have retirement income, as most of the people in my area do. And so how will this benefit? Mike, you mentioned you're for the citizens of Sturgis, but what will this race bring financially to a citizen in Sturgis? I can see if we were going to include on our city bill some sort of statement that says your bill has been reduced by $5.10 as a result of this race, there would be somebody that says, hey, we're getting something from that. But at this point, I see what you're discussing is the possibility of an expense that's going to have to be coming back out of tax dollars or some kind of payment somewhere if we have to do it. I like the rally. I'm not a motorcyclist. I usually do rodeo in August. That's where my time is gone. But nonetheless, I like rally. I don't leave here when the rally's underway. I want to see people. It's a good opportunity to meet people from all over the world. But I think from a citizen standpoint, I would like to see that we have a benefit, and I think you addressed this a little bit, Aaron, that it would be nice to say, here's why we are doing this. Here's how Sturgis benefits from this rally or from this race. I think we all, from what I have seen in visiting with Sturgis since I moved back here 5 years ago, is that the average resident is pretty much not necessarily against the rally, but when I go, I used to spend time in Ireland, and when I was in Ireland, people there knew about the rally. In fact, nobody really said, do you leave town? But people, that always comes up. Do you leave town at the time of the rally? And I don't. I enjoy walking downtown and being able to meet people. My wife, on the other hand, has corrected me on that and said that you need to ask her once in a while whether she would like to leave, because she'd rather not have it. But my point, I guess, is that let's if we want to sell this to the citizens of Sturgis, how do we benefit from that? We have increased costs from the city. How does an increase in this race, if we have money from that, how does that come back to us? How do we get behind it? To my point right now, the thing I think the city has done best is put up stop signs on junctions so that I can leave when I want to get back onto the road. So that's a positive thing for me, but it's not a financial one. Anyway, thank you for the time.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public here that has a comment? Okay.
I'd like to ask Mr.
Seeing
Marshall,
none.
can you address the income portion of this on the record? I mean, it's gonna, if we have the raise and nobody comes, we still win in my thought process, because we're getting a share of the Fox News feeds across the world. What type of percentage do we get from those commercials?
Thank you, Mr. Bichon. That Fox News contract and commercials was an element that came up over the weekend. The revenue split from a commercial is something that has not yet been discussed. What has been discussed is that AMA Pro and AFT-E have committed $500,000 to secure an hour on the Fox network for this event, something that hasn't happened in the history of flat track racing. What they have tentatively told us is that there's already $400,000 to go towards the $653,000 cost of this year. That number was given to me early last week, and I don't think reflects the ongoing efforts to sell an event that hasn't been approved. So everyone is right. There is a leap of faith that this event will work. If it doesn't work for year one, you can wash your hands of it, because I believe that AFT-E isn't going to want to spend more of their money promoting a loser. So either both parties are successful or neither party is successful and they call it off. I know I danced around your question, Mr. Bashan, because I don't have hard numbers that I can give you.
I understand, but I think you answered the question. The income potential is absolutely sky high. We could get nothing, which is not possible. If they televise a race, we're gonna get something. Over the 5 year, I think it's a 5-year contract,
Yes, sir.
you know, year one might be kind of lean, but year 2, 3, and 4 are gonna probably be astronomical as far as commercial advertising alone. And then we're looking at the merchandising of the race here in Sturgis. So I think the culture in Sturgis who have so much experience in selling items to large volume customers will be licensing Sturgis cups, race this, race that. I think the potential is that, you know, if we're not willing to take the chance, we're never going to reap any benefit. So I guess I'm in to take the chance. But I like to farm and ranch too.
Madam President, if I could address Mr. Thompson's questions and comments about what do the residents of Sturgis get from this. You know, it's been mentioned that this is going to be televised on Fox. What we would be getting from this race is potentially a very large income, and that income goes to the residents of Sturgis for things like Councillor Sigmund said, like those soccer fields, sports complexes, things for the residents. And where else would we get the money from to do this? I mean, we're getting money from sponsors. Because this is going to be on TV, there's going to be people that want to pay to be a part of this race and want to give us money. So that income potential, like Mike said, is huge. And that is going to go back to the residents of Sturgis for all the things that they want. You know, the only other way to get those type of things are, you know, taxes and things like that. I mean, and no one wants their taxes raised, you know, for a soccer field. So this is a way to bring money in. If that helps answer a little bit of that. This money is going, you know, right to the residents for those type of things to better their quality of life. So.
Madam President? Yes. We talked about the costs, potential benefits, and all those sorts of things. What would be a success? I mean, we're looking at $653,000 in costs. We got a tremendous amount of staff time that's going to be included with that. We've already invested quite a lot of staff time working through the contract pieces, catering to race officials coming in. We approved, I believe it was not to exceed number, but we exceeded for some of that. You know, what is success? Is success 653,000? Is it 800,000? Is it $1 million? What is success? What would we measure that this was a win?
First year would be a break even, would be a win. Second year, a little larger positive income. And by the time we get to year 5, I'm hoping it would be in the 6 figures, at least high 6 figures.
Well, what is break even? 750?
I have no idea.
800, which maybe we're halfway with what Mr. Marshall shared, but that's still a long ways from cash flowing.
Again, if we don't take the chance, we'll never know.
Well, as a rancher, you take chances on your own, but this is the residents' hard-earned tax dollars, and I'm not sure that it's our job to gamble with their money.
I have to agree with Kevin on that. You know, this is way too big of a gamble, you know, and I'm with Kevin and I'm with Aaron on this. I very much oppose this. I just don't feel gambling taxpayers' money is the right way to handle this. So, and when we do vote on this, can we please have a roll call so the citizens and the taxpayers do know who voted yay or nay for this, please?
Madam President,
Just a moment, please. We have a member of the public. If you'd come forward, please, and state your name, and if you're a resident of Sturgis, please.
Hi, I'm Tia Hartwell, and yes, I'm a resident. My question is, and I'm kind of new to all of this, of what's going on.
miss, pull your mic down. Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
no.
Okay. Where are you expecting, this race is on Sunday after the rally, correct?
That's correct.
And where are you expecting all these people to come from?
I think a lot of them will stay.
They won't. I don't believe that because my opinion, and I've been doing this for 20-some years here in Sturgis, people leave on Sunday to get out. School starts again, all these other factors. So, I mean, it's like a ghost town here. Why would they stay for a one-day event?
If they're racers and they like racing, they'll stay. If they like racing, they'll come just simply for the race, which fills our hotels again for a night or two.
What makes you want to do it, excuse me, on the day after the rally on Sunday? Why don't you do it in June or July or something like that?
I believe the Sunday is a day of the rally.
No, I'm asking why would you pick that day instead of like June or July?
Okay, but I just want to make sure the record shows that Sunday is a rally day.
Okay. Well, if you compare a Friday rally day compared to the last Sunday rally day, there's a big difference in population.
I personally don't believe that we're worried about or are counting on a local population.
That's my concern. You're not, and you think people are going to come from other cities.
I doubt it. There will be, the racing element will come, whether they're from Rapid City, Spearfish, Deadwood, Lead, Opal, it makes no difference. If they're racing background, if they like racing, they will come. We make nothing off the local spectators. The income for the citizens of Sturgis is from the televised versions and the advertising that goes with it. We get a share. I don't know what the share is, so I can't answer that.
Yeah, I'm not asking that.
Well, what I'm saying is the income potential to the citizens of Sturgis for very little extra output is phenomenal. Now, you know, I'm not talking city employees. I mean, from the citizen aspect, there's not a lot for me to do. What I'm saying is, this is just simply come in, put a race together, and a day after it's gone.
Right, but I'm asking you, are you wanting people from out of state, or are you wanting this to be a local thing?
I think it's going to be more of a local thing. I don't see a lot of people coming from out of state.
Well, and I agree with Aaron. Every person that I've talked to about this, not one person I've personally spoke to is interested in this. They disagree with it. So where are these, who's saying this? Because literally every person I've talked to is not interested. So who's wanting this?
I'm not talking to anybody. What I'm saying is, I want that sponsorship income from the advertising of a globally viewed race. This is international. This thing will be aired over and over and over, and every time it's aired with those sponsors, we get probably a slice, probably a pretty small slice, but we still get a slice. It's like receiving interest on a bank account that just lays dormant. It just keeps coming.
Do you think Fox is gonna air this next year for sure?
Oh.
Or this year, if there's nobody here?
There's nobody here. They're not gonna show the crowd.
But
What I'm saying is, this is for TV. The spectator that this type of race is kind of like watching NASCAR. Yeah, there's some. You can go to Daytona, sit in the stands, which I've done 4 times,
and they're packed.
But you very seldom on TV see the spectators.
Yeah, but I guess you're missing my point. If there's not a big hype, I mean, we have the Sturgis Rally. That's not on TV. I'm just saying, I mean, what's to say that Fox is gonna actually come in?
They're under contract to come in.
Okay, good to know.
The advertising potential is phenomenal.
Okay, well, the Sturgis event is known all over the world, and we're not on Fox TV.
That's right, we're not. Why not?
Well, I just don't see why they would do this for a minute race.
Well, believe me, it's coming. If
All
the
right.
council elects to do it, you know, I hope we all get to eat, I hope I don't get to eat crow.
So
But-
what happens if nobody shows, but yet you still have all the ambulance workers, you have all the trash bins, and you have all the city workers? Are we paying for that,
Yes.
regardless if anybody shows or not?
The audience is not the people that show. There's not one ticket gonna be sold for this event.
I believe there'll be a contract for ambulance services from the AFT-E for that day.
And it's a regular
just-
rally day, so everything would be the same as far
Well,
as
you keep saying a
our-
regular rally day, it really isn't.
Well, and that was part of
I mean,
this
technically
race.
it is, but
Right.
it's a day that everybody leaves. I mean, walk down Main Street on Sunday and see who's making money. Nobody.
And that
I
was part
live
of
on
why
Main
we
Street.
originally came up with this, is to kind of build up that last weekend. And that was where this whole concept first started, was to have people here for the whole rally. And so it's going to be bringing in a whole different demographic of people. And so those ones that
We're
leave
hoping.
might leave. Well, there's going to be a race, so you're going to have all those people that are competing. You're going to have all their people that they bring, all of their fans. And then, like I said, it's going to be televised. That's why the sponsors are going to want to be part of it. And that's where the city gets money, is from those sponsors, not specifically from the individuals. Yes, if they're here staying at the hotels and shopping, yes, there will be some of that. But the big chunk of how this is getting paid for is through the sponsorship, because it's going to be such a big deal on Fox.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. There was a request from the audience to put up the track schematic. Thank you, Deb. Can everyone see that? Okay. Yeah, what you're looking at is the race. The race point would start on Main Street. It would start at Rally Point, right at the corner of Harley-Davidson Way and Main. It would head west. It would head west along Main Street to the corner of where the Loud American is. It would turn south. And then you would see that there would be another corner, and it would come down Sherman, past Second. And then what the proposal is, you all know the parking lot that belongs to the Catholic Church that is west of the Catholic Church. The idea is to have the racers come through that parking lot, and then they would take a hard left turn and come up on First, back to Main Street. Take another left and come back to where the start-finish point is on Harley Davidson Way at Rally Point.
As you can see, it's not a very large racetrack. It's designed for optimum viewing for TV cameras. And, you know, if we had 1,000 people here for a race, there wouldn't hardly be spectators, wouldn't hardly be room for them to stand anywhere. This is designed specifically for TV advertising.
Madam President,
Yes, Kevin.
one of the items that we've discussed previously, but not recently, has been our police and EMS priority routes. Sherman Street being a priority route for the motorcycle rally timeline. What are we doing to make sure that ambulance service can reach the eastern part of our city, the northern part of our city, without being held up?
This has been discussed. Oh, we have Chief coming forward.
So we've talked about this quite a bit. There was a lot of concerns from the first responders when it was on a Saturday at the full tilt of the rally with a lot of people here. With it being on a Sunday, we think it's going to be a little more manageable of being able to hit the side street I'm sorry, not the side street, the main artery of Lozelle to get out east and utilizing Lozelle and Junction. Because of that lack of influx, there's not a lot of attendees that are going to be coming into town hitting the events out at the Buffalo Chip and hopefully not tying up the roads. But it's kind of a workaround that we've kind of come up with, I guess you'd say.
So you think that there's adequate safety routes for the EMS people to be able to use for priority travel?
Yes, we've visited all law enforcement and first responders, feel that on Sunday it's going to be manageable.
And Chief, didn't they say that there's going to be an agreement or some kind of emergency plan that they were going to work with you specifically on, with you and EMS, to come up with that plan, like an emergency plan?
I do believe there was, initially there were some talks. I haven't had any recent talks with them.
Right, probably not yet, but so that is something that they said that they would be working on too, and would specifically work with Chief and EMS.
A formal safety
Yep.
plan of action.
Yeah, well, that would be for track area, but nothing to do with the rest of the community. But in this track map, is there any residence? And I see one along Sherman Street that looks like it would be a private residence that would be trapped, if you will. Is that the case? And is there any others? I think the one that I'm referencing is essentially right across the street from the from City Hall here.
Yeah, there's a house there. There's also a house right over here in the just west of the intersection as well. It's a rental house. I do believe in the initial talks, there was, correct me if I'm wrong, but some talks of trying to have an exit strategy for them, if I believe. But I wasn't part of that conversation, but I believe that's kind of what they were looking at. whether that's allowing a lane there or something, but they were going to fix something there to, I think they were going to talk with the couple residents in that area and facilitate something there.
Just a simple question on the track map. What does the red T's mean? I can't read the on either of the copies. What?
Televised.
I thought it said tower, but I
I
don't know.
believe it means tower, Mr. Forrester.
Any other questions for Chief? Okay.
And just to verify, just so you know that, I just confirmed it with the ambulance director. She has alternate routes set up as well, and I do believe the fire chief does, should this go through.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Okay, I'll get to the I'm sorry, I can't remember your name. Yes, did you have another comment?
I just wanted to know if the other races that they were talking about in like Kansas and stuff, are those televised?
Were the other races in Kansas televised? I think that would have to be a question for AMA.
Was that about the event at Heartland Park?
Yeah, isn't it some, I believe, the same sponsorship? Aren't they
No,
races
that was not the link to that. The link to that was the question of, is this the referable action tonight, or was it referable when the city executed the memorandum of understanding?
Oh, the legal precedent for the referral.
There was
That-
no discussion of television at Heartland Park or advertising.
Was there a comment? Yes, please come forward. And state your name and resident of Sturgis, please.
My name is Justin Bond, resident of Sturgis. Can the people here let me know what kind of motorcycles are we using on this? And where is the dirt section? And is it all pavement? And CC size of motorcycle?
I can address that. There are 3 classes of motorcycles. The first class is the adventure bike, and that would feature bikes like the BMW G1250 RS, the Harley Davidson Pan America. There's this KTM 1290, the Triumph Tiger 1200. Another class is the 750 Twins, and they run bikes like the Indian 750 FTR. There is a Yamaha, a Honda, and I believe a KTM bike that runs in that class, and 2 or 3 others that I can't remember. And the third class is the 450 singles, and there are a variety of manufacturers in that class as well. Honda, Yamaha, and
That's fine.
others that
That's fine.
escape me.
That's fine. And it's AMA Pro, so what's the purse for first place?
I believe the budget calls for a total purse of $40,000.
Across the board?
Yes.
Okay. It's all pro. Are you going to have any amateur classes?
No.
No amateur. Okay. And is there a dirt section?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
And you can see it on the lower right-hand side in the Catholic Church parking lot. The tentative plans calls for that to be a dirt section and to include a jump. The reasons for that are that this event is characterized as a TT, and under AMA Pro's guidelines, a TT needs a dirt section and a jump.
Okay. And the TTs, do they have front brakes or not?
You're testing my knowledge there. I would assume that the adventure bikes will have brakes. I assume that the Royal Enfield 450s have full brakes.
How about the small bikes? Are those are they flat track bikes or are they supermoto?
They're flat track bikes.
So they're flat track, small bikes with no front brake then? Okay.
I don't know the answer to that question, so.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Bond?
Thank you.
Mike Bouchon, I know you remember me. You had the first street race in the city of Sturgis, and I think you did that for 3 years. And I never forget when you briefed the council, I wasn't on council then. You said those bikes would never get over 45 mile an hour because they gear it down. That was your comment. And I'm telling you, I want these bikes to run 150 mile an hour on this track. I want to see some damn racing.
Okay, thank you.
I think,
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Madam President, I just want to clarify one thing, so it's not out there, that dirt section, where it is at least, is tentative. So, Mr. Bond, just so you know, that's a tentative area for that.
I'm sorry. Will you address the dirt section and what we're doing to protect the environment in that before it gets out to the public that we're going to have dirt going down the gutters?
There is a specific requirement in the contract that the dirt sections will be built and maintained consistent with the governing MS4 standards.
And it will be AFT-E that does all of the dirt work.
It is their responsibility under the agreement to do the dirt work.
Madam President, I call the question.
Well, okay, we need a motion. Is that a motion, Mike?
Yes. I move to approve.
Okay, we have a first by Mike.
Second.
Second by Angela. And this is to authorize to sign the professional services contract with AMA Pro, AFT-E, and Outerkind. I will be roll calling this. So we'll start with Mike,
Yes.
Tony,
No.
Kevin,
No.
Angela.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Dean,
Yes.
Aaron,
No.
Preston.
Yes.
All right, motion carries 5-3. So thank you guys, thank you everyone for your discussion and your questions. That brings us to the next item under old business, item 8.2. This is the consideration to approve resolution 2024-16, establishing a wastewater surcharge for the City of Sturgis for sewer line construction. We have Public Works Director Rick Bush to present the council report.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. This is an item that was tabled at our last meeting. Just a little bit of history there for those in the audience and watching. In 2022, the city applied for a clean water revolving loan fund from the state for sewer expansion and for some lines that had lived their useful life. We applied for $10,339,000. Part of that loan application that the city approved was for the repayment of that loan to be used by a surcharge. That surcharge was supposed to be a flat fee spread across all of the residents of the city of Sturgis. At the January meeting, the South Dakota Board of Water and Natural Resources did authorize a 30-year loan with an interest rate of 2.125 for that amount of $10,339,000. The approximate monthly debt service for that loan is about $38,865. In addition, one of the requirements of that loan is that we have an additional 10% debt reserve on top of that. That brings the monthly cost to $42,752, and then that was based on an average of 3,855 accounts. Our accounts do change slightly from month to month based on turn-offs of people either moving into the community, or they're leaving the community, or they're just turning their water off and going south. So we take that, we look at the year total, and we average out, and that becomes the average of those counts. So with that, the per unit debt cost was calculated to be $11.10 per month per unit. The question arose at the last council meeting on the units that was referenced in the resolution and the staff report that said that some of the larger users pay more. The units is based off of the line size of the water. So a normal residential household has either a 5/8 inch or a 1 inch water line. That is one unit. As they go up from there to 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches, 2 inch, 3 inch, 4 inch, and so forth, those units increase. So if you had a 2-inch water service line, which is basically to a business, you would be charged 4 units. Each one of those units is $11.10. We have some other varying factors on certain mobile home parks or some apartment buildings where the city service is just with a master meter. And then, for example, the Key City Trailer Park is an example that I used. We service them with a master meter, but there's 27 individual homes within that trailer park. They would be charged at a rate that $11.10 times 27 would be their monthly bill. And that is also how we currently bill out all of the base rates for water, sewer, garbage. They're all set up to be billed that way. That was the explanation for the difference in the resolution versus the staff report talking about water usage. It is based on those units and that average account number. Each year that is evaluated, and in all hopes, in all theory, the surcharge would go down if we get new growth. That's the intent of building these or expanding our infrastructure to account for more growth. So as people come online, that in theory, that surcharge should then go down year to year. But we have to maintain that 110% repayment. That's what the council authorized when we put in the application to the state, and that was what we guaranteed how we were going to repay those revenue bonds that we authorized at the last meeting. So with that, I would answer any of the questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Are there any questions or comments for Rick regarding this surcharge? No? Aaron?
Yeah, not a question for Rick or anything, but just for people to have an understanding of this. And we talked this particular topic last meeting is when we went out for this low interest loan, and it's a really pretty good rate. This is for first and foremost is for development, for us to be able to have, kind of take care of the supply side of the demands that we have for people living and wanting to move into Sturgis. The challenge that we have in growing is that we don't always have the infrastructure in place to be able to, be there at the right time, for those type of development opportunities. So this is something that we've been working on for a couple of years. And with this low interest loan, the lesson I took out of this was when we look at that low interest loan, and we submit that application to the state of South Dakota, that is really our opportunity to kind of figure out how we're going to pay for that. And in this case, we've really just kind of used what I would say is just how we've always done it for the most part. And it's basically to put on a surcharge on our bills, utility bills. Now, sometimes they'll add that surcharge and then they'll reduce it somewhere else. So it's really a net nothing, but your bill looks a little different. The challenge with that is when we're doing infrastructure is not free and it's getting more expensive all the time. And we already have more infrastructure challenges in our community than we have resources to take care of those challenges. And at some point, you know, in this case, we're looking for development. It's also tying into some infrastructure that we have that's getting towards the end of its life. And from past experiences, when we have infrastructure that hits their end of life, the cost to repair that in an emergency condition is much more expensive than trying to fix it when you have a planned project. And so part of this loan is to take care of some of that end-of-life infrastructure along that line. I think down on William Street and was it specifically William and Dudley or?
Correct.
Yeah. So, you know, we've got this loan. We're already kind of moving forward on this project. It's an important project for the city of Sturgis, again, for that development and also for the some end-of-life infrastructure. Now, is this always the best way to pay for it? You know, I don't know the answer to that. We'll have to, next time we have this opportunity, we'll need to sit down and look at all our options, understand what the advantages and disadvantages are, and try to mitigate that to the extent of possible where we can. But in this case, the application was, this is the approach that we're going to take. And, you know, being on the infrastructure committee for the last 3 years and being the chairperson for the last 2.5 years, you know, I've been able to work with Rick and his team and our city engineer that was here prior and have a much better appreciation of some of the challenges that we have when it comes down to infrastructure. And as we sit there and we have these visions of developing and growing and doing recreations and parks, all those things are important. But we also have to take care of our critical infrastructure that we have right now. And so, you know, I would support, you know, this action. Thanks, Rick.
And I think too, Rick, didn't it come where it would either be a loan or a grant, but that was determined by the state?
So yeah,
this one?
when we apply for these, we have the board, the South Dakota Board of Natural Resources has the ability to give us grant money or in some cases, they recently had ARPA money. The ARPA money doesn't qualify for the clean water. It qualifies for the drinking water. So like Councilor Jordan mentioned, we also got a SRF loan for drinking water, in which that we did get ARPA funds and grant funds. Some of the criteria that they use to base on the grant or principal forgiveness is based on the current monthly rates and what comes into consideration if your rates are lower than what the average is across the state, you score less likely to get any kind of grant or principal forgiveness because they look at it, if your rates are that low, you financially don't need to have any grant or principal forgiveness. So the higher your rates are, the more chance you have to get those grants or principal forgiveness.
Okay.
And we traditionally are fairly low.
Yes. Thank you. Any further comments or questions from council? How about from the public? Are there any questions or comments from public? Please come forward to the microphone. Barney, I think you had your hand up.
Bonnie Alberts. I remember when we did this before and correct me because I'm no historian, but when the surcharge went up, the price of water went down?
So what you're referring to is the drinking water SRF that we got And in that instance, we have to, the state requires that we do it by a surcharge, and I forget the exact number. That one, the surcharge required for it was $5 and some cents. And so what the council did to offset that, and what Councilor Jordan was talking about, is when they approved that surcharge, they then lowered the base rate by that same amount. So it was basically a net zero on the water side of things. We don't have that ability to do that on the sewer.
On this one, yeah, but on the other one, so my bill didn't change out of my pocket, but you satisfied your obligation.
Correct.
To have that surcharge. And so I didn't think that was very clear, but I wasn't sure that I was remembering it correctly. And so, but my question on this, and I'm kind of confused, is the $11.10 more on my bill, or is the $11.10 replacing the $10.76?
No, it will be an addition.
It's an addition. So the $10.76 is what I'm paying on the water one that you just talked about.
So you will look, this will be a sewer surcharge, so your base rate is $33.92. This will be an $11.10 addition to that.
So this would be a new column in that chart.
It won't be a new column, it will be listed as a surcharge on your bill. They have to be listed individually. This just shows for 2024, this is showing what the base rates are, and then it's adding up what all the current surcharges that we currently have out there are. This will be in addition to that. So in 2025, when you look at the sewer surcharges, this one will be added into that.
Oh, that last column,
Correct.
the sewer family?
Right. That's the only sewer
Facility.
surcharge we have right now.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just can't read it from this far. And so that right now is 1885,
Correct.
and it's going to
16.
go to 29.95.
1685.
Oh, 16, see, I can't, I can't read it. Okay, so that's going to go to 27.95. Is that
Yes.
column is going to change?
Yes.
Okay. And then it'll go, everybody else will go up in multiples, but for a family.
Correct. For a
Okay.
single-family residence.
All right. Then somebody asked me about that, and I said, I think, but I was wrong. So I just want to say, whoever I said that to, I thought wrong. I thought the 1110 was replacing the 1076, but it is not. It's in addition to. So I was guilty of misinformation. Is that fake news? Anyway, I try. I don't always get it right, but I suddenly realized I was wrong, and I wanted to make that clear. But still, I mean, my bill right now is under $90. It's like 87 something if I don't go over, if I'm not watering the lawn or having a leak. And so my bill's still going to be under $100. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. I saw you in the street in the middle of the night at the corner of Nellie and, Sherman?
Oh, right. Rep.
Yeah.
You did.
That was a hard night. It was wet, it was muddy. And
Be
it
careful, I
was
don't think his
really
wife knows about
cold,
that night.
And he was out there. And what was I doing out there?
Was there another comment? Was there someone else with their hand up? No. Okay. Any other comments or questions? The chair would also entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, we have a first by Aaron. Is there a second? We have a second by Dean. All of those in favor of approving Resolution 2024-16, please say yes.
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 All opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. Adam, please show unanimous for the record. Thank you. All right, we now come to item 9, informational reports. What we have here under this item is applications for consideration for appointment to the office of mayor. As determined last week on Wednesday, the council has decided to open up to the public applications for the appointment to the office of mayor. There is a form online that interested parties may fill out. There's also a requirement for a resume and a letter of interest to be submitted as well. The deadline for this submittal will be Thursday, February 29th at 5 p.m. These applications will then be submitted to council for our consideration, and the determination will be made, or we will begin the process on the May 4th meeting. That process will include the applicants coming up, sitting here at the dais, and
Is that March 4th or?
oh, what did I say?
May.
I'm sorry, I keep saying that. March 4th, excuse me, where they will have the opportunity to introduce themselves and make personal statements. And then there will also be questions from the council for those applicants. This is the same procedure that the council has previously followed. Are there any questions or comments from council on this? Aaron.
Madam President, comment, more time to think, since we had our special meeting last week. And again, I know the motion's already been set and approved. And again, I'm not trying to throw a wrench into this. I just it's just a discussion point. And, I'll make a quick comment. And really what I'm looking for is, a discussion on we can or can't versus should or shouldn't. I think that's a different question. Understanding that, we don't have in our ordinance right now that allows us to do a special election. And I know that we, from looking at some of the information that we've had, we're probably going to start that process to have that ordinance updated. So in the future, if we have a mayor that's incapacitated or something, abruptly something happens, we have that opportunity to do a special election. One of the challenges with the appointment, particularly at this point in time, is, it will be of the people, right? Because whoever is appointed mayor is going to live, has to meet the criteria, and that main criteria is that you're a resident of Sturgis. But not necessarily by the people, because we're not doing a special election. So it's of the people, but not by the people. I would think, since we have over a year to go, if there was an opportunity to have a special election, that would be best, just to allow, that decision to be of the people and by the people. Now, I know that right now, since we don't have a resolution, we don't have an ordinance, that's not an option. Just thinking outside the box, and again, this is more can or can't, if somebody was appointed mayor with the understanding that soon as a resolution was in place, that person would resign, would that satisfy the opportunity to put this election in front of the people with a special election? And maybe that's more of a legal question, I'm not, but again, it seems like if you had somebody that was appointed mayor and then they gave a notice, we'd had a resolution put together, give that notice, that person vacates the position, now we can move forward with a special election. Now, that would take a little bit of time, more time than maybe an appointment, and I do think, listening to some of the, people that are not on council that are looking at running for office, I think we have some opportunities for some good appointments there. But again, just to be able to, look under every rock and every cranny to look at options, because I do believe that an election would be more beneficial than an appointment.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Any other comments or questions from council? Okay, well.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please, Mr.
Am
Hosch.
I charged with the task of answering your question? And I would be happy to undertake that.
Yeah, that was the intent. Again, right now, the should or shouldn't will be, something, I guess, really predicated on if you can or can't.
I will, I just wanted to make sure what my direction was.
Nope,
and
thanks,
now
Mark.
I understand, and I will do that.
Anyone else? Kevin, were you?
We'll wait for that, input, Mr. Marshall.
I don't believe that is up to me.
Okay, well, I guess to continue with the discussion, I like what you're thinking, Counselor. We are facing a potential possible change in how our city even functions. So should or shouldn't becomes, to me, important. We should have every input from the citizens if we possibly can. So in the lines of questions, it seems like we can address this through a simple resolution that would take effect, providing for a timeline that would, with notice, have a special election in one case before or on the federal and state primary election in early June, or could possibly be even earlier than that, really making it so that we did not miss our normal municipal election timeline, except by one meeting. Seems like a very, very reasonable way to move forward with this, especially that if it was an election, anybody that was interested could still run. And, but I think there is a timeliness. We had a meeting last week, and this was not discussed. The part about making someone assume the mayor position, or maybe even just waiting, but getting to a spot where this has the opportunity to be a public decision and not a council decision. So I would like to see us, we had a special meeting to gather this information last week. I'd like to see us have a special meeting next week to have a resolution on it, or have a first reading of an ordinance. But I think resolution is the way that we can go.
But if you do that, it would currently be barred because the vacancy has arisen.
Agreed.
Okay, so next, I appreciate your concern. It's entirely valid, but I don't believe, well, I guess that's all I have to say because I don't have any say about should or should. I will tell you, if in my opinion you can, and I will have that to you by the end of the week, if that is soon enough.
I think that's more than soon enough. I think that should be shared publicly, that opinion. And we should continue with the discussion on this because it seems like the proper process and direction for the next steps of our community.
Do we need council action on this right now?
That's a maybe.
Okay.
And I say it's a maybe because I don't know if it is the intent to postpone the time within which you gather the applications, or if you're postponing your action that's scheduled for March 4th. You have, I don't know the answers to those questions.
I think for parliamentary procedure, we would have to rescind the action from last week, or at least bring it up for reconsideration. Is that, or would a future action override? I'm trying to think if.
Well, I think the first question Mr. Marshall talked about is just determine if we can or can't do it. You know, again, I know it's outside the norm. It seems possible to me, but, you know, it'd be interesting to kind of find out the legal aspects on this. And then if it is possible, then maybe as Councilor Forrester recommended, maybe we would have a special meeting to be able to have a discussion on that, and either we'd maintain status quo based on the motion that was approved at the last special meeting, or we would move a different direction. But I think the first question is determine, is that something that you can or can't do? Again, this is all predicated on the fact that from my perspective, it would be best if this could be put in front of the people versus an appointment.
Sure. But I think, you know, what I'm looking for as the chair is their concurrence with this request from more than just 2 council members.
Well, we can have that, because right now we can just make the assumption that we can, right? And then let's have a discussion right now if we even want to as a council.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which would mean, you know, who would concur with this?
I thought, I'm of the opinion that we have a ordinance or a regulation on the books that allows us to appoint a mayor in this situation. So, you know, does it, Mr. Marshall, you want to comment on that? Do we not have the authority to appoint a mayor?
You have a statute that gives you the authority to appoint a mayor.
Now, is that state? That's a state statute, correct?
That is a state statute.
So, you know, what, I guess I just don't understand why we would delay in appointing a mayor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Forrester.
Go ahead.
I am very reluctant to shoot from the hip because I don't want to tell you that I think you can or that I think you can't. I want that opinion to be reasoned. So it is not out of a lack of enthusiasm for the suggestion that I'm hesitant. It's simply that I don't know the answer to the question that you're asking.
It would be my opinion that no different than not rushing the vote, there's no reason to rush a conversation that may not be needed. I don't know how long this conversation would take, but if it is in vain, then I'm not sure what the benefit is.
Well, if Mark can get us the information by, you know, the end of this week, and we can have a special meeting, we can have that well before that February 29th deadline, so everything continues. And if things change, then we obviously pivot to that direction. If we can or should, whatever question we need answered, we can address that at the next special meeting and continue with this until proven otherwise or directed otherwise.
Okay.
Don't we think?
Any other opinions?
Well, I agree that the process would be that somebody applying would have to potentially even include a resignation letter or verbiage on that would help the decision. You know, obviously, this group would still need to make the appointment, but if it came with a resignation that led to an election, procedurally, that gets it in front of the residents of our community. And as Councilor Jordan stated, not just of the people, but by the people then.
So it looks like Preston is concurring with moving forward. Was that correct? Okay.
Other information comes out.
Okay. And Dean is not. Is that a fair statement, or you're just kind of questioning?
I guess I would be along the same thought process as Preston as far as waiting until Mr. Marshall's research shows
All right.
what he finds.
Well,
Angela, do you have any? Oh, Mike. All right, go ahead.
We don't want to forget that Mr. Marshall says we already have a statute on the books. statute, state law.
And we're not advocating that we violate state law. That's why if you appointed the mayor, you could only put a resolution together if you have somebody in the seat. Once that resolution is in place, then that person can vacate it, then it allows the special election process to begin. But yeah, you're right, we could not do, the only option we have right now is to do the appointment, because the mayor position was vacated before we had a resolution, and we didn't have an ordinance that addressed it. So again, we're just, as a possible workaround, to be able to get the question in front of the people.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, we have a statute that says we can fill the position. Period. State statute says we can fill the position. So we're in some regard, I think we're telling our legislatures that we don't believe in what they did with the law.
No, this has nothing to do with the state legislature. If there's anybody that probably needs to, get a counseling statement, to use an Army term, it'd be us, right? Because we didn't have an ordinance in place. And so we didn't anticipate this happening. But we know it can always happen. It doesn't always have to be a resignation. Bad things happen in people's lives sometimes. And for continuity of operation, it's always best for us to have, particularly when we're talking about that position. We're not talking about an individual counselor from a ward. We're talking about the person that really represent, Sturgis, the vision, communicates with with the people of Sturgis. Again, we can do the appointment. I was just looking at it from a perspective that we've got over 12 months before we get the next election, and that if we could have somebody that's not just of the people, but by the people, that would be beneficial to the community of Sturgis.
See, I guess I'm of the opinion that the people that elected the sitting 8 people here put some faith in us to choose the next mayor by statute. What I'm saying is, are we circumventing a system here? Are we circumventing the system? I think we are.
And may I?
Yes, please.
That's the question that I understand I'm being asked. Would the proposal, in my opinion, only be a valid way to hold an election, hold a special election? And I am willing to do that, but I would like council direction to do that.
Well, I think what I'm hearing is that there is the majority opinion for you to go ahead and move forward on that. Is that a correct statement?
I think I'd like to see a vote of the council.
Okay, then I will need a motion.
Real quick, before
Yes,
that
Dean?
motion's made.
Yes.
As we sit here and think about it, or talk about it, and go through this, and I agree with what Aaron is saying about a vote by the people. But if I'm the person, we are looking for a very specific individual to temporarily fill those shoes. If I put myself in that situation, or any situation where you're applying for a job and filling out a resignation at the same time, that's a pretty tough bill to swallow. I think we're asking a lot of somebody. I mean, I know we were asking a lot of somebody to be mayor, whether that be on a full-time basis or a temporary basis, which this would be about 14 months. But I also feel like a lot of people, I mean, I don't plan like this, but a lot of people probably plan out years in advance, potentially, to run for mayor and have things in a row, especially in an instance where the form of government could be changing on them after they take seat. So, yeah,
But we do have people already, even just going to be request to be considered for appointment.
Yeah.
You know, so this would just change it from being, you know, being considered for appointment, you take out a petition, and then you'd run in a special election.
Yeah, that was before we told them they'd have to put a resignation letter in with it.
Well,
essentially.
yeah. No, I'm not talking about that person.
Oh,
I'm not saying that we go through and, we could, you know. I guess, you know, honestly, I was looking at it just to be transparent. You know, this is, you know, as everybody knows, I work as a contractor. I'm gone a lot, and that's the reason I'm not running for council. I may consider again, and if I do, I'm going to have to basically look at doing my part-time job differently. But I'm going to be done here in a few months. I'd have no problems being appointed for mayor for 2 minutes, approve a resolution, and say vacated, and allow that to go on to the vote. I mean, that, again, it wouldn't, it doesn't have any negative impact on me. It doesn't have any impact on anybody, I think, that does that. What it does is allows that choice to be not just of the people, but by the people.
Any other comments?
So we're looking for a motion? Do we have an actionable
Yes.
item on the agenda that,
We do not. It's just under informational reports.
so,
It's kind of a discussion. What I was looking for is really more of a concurrence in that it's kind of the will of the council to have the city attorney research this and look into it.
could we call a special meeting for Monday to just discuss this then?
I think we already discussed it and voted as a council to give direction to seek candidates.
That
I
is
mean,
true. That
we
happened
went
last
out
week.
and asked the public to submit letters of intent or letters. I mean, we've already set that process in motion. Did we not? I mean, we've received one, and I know of at least one more that's coming in. And then the council will decide who gets to be the mayor for that, quote, nearly 14 months. And it just seems like, you know, we're circumventing we're getting around state law that says we can. We're getting around what the council said we're going to do. And I don't know who's serving who here. We've got 2 decisions out there already that we're gonna take applications, and now we're gonna circumvent that.
And all I know is that I do what I am directed to do by council. So I am looking for that direction.
Well, I think Councillor Bashan brings up a fair point. So I think what we're looking at is, you know, is it a fair point to maybe add another layer on to this application process, which is what Aaron has brought forward. And
I
Mike's
disagree.
Mike's saying no.
We've already initiated a process. We have initiated a process to fill a vacancy for 14 months. And now we're gonna circumvent that process.
Can there be council action on an item where it's in informational reports?
Yeah, I would be content if I could have a straw vote or simply a sense of the council,
Okay.
because I am reluctant to place myself in a position where 2 people have spoken, 1 has spoken against, and I don't know the thought process on everybody else. And I would just like
Right.
a better sense of the overall direction.
Right, and that's what I wanted with concurring statements. Yes.
I mean,
Tony?
Okay,
were
I'll
you
go.
going?
I would like to see the vote of a people, but I'd like to also hear what Mark has to say. And I kinda wanna go along with Kevin on a special meeting. Let Mark get the information. If we can put it to the people for a vote, which it should be, in my thought process, and the people I've spoken to in the community, that's what I would prefer to see. But like I said, I'd like to hear what council has to say and if it's even possible. But like you said, we can't do any action on something tonight. But if we could have a meeting like Kevin said on Monday, so we can discuss this and for sure have it set in stone what we can do, then we can go to that. But like I said, I think it needs to be put to a vote if possible.
Okay, I believe that is the majority of the council that's concurring with having the city attorney move forward with researching the points that Councilor Jordan brought forward.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, and given the response from that, then we will look at calling a special meeting, preferably Monday, but next week. Yes. Okay, all right. So, number 10 on our agenda, announcements and praise. We have a couple of announcements. Just a reminder that this Friday, February 23rd at 5 p.m., the election petitions for the council positions that are coming open, those are due. So please have those in by no later than 5 p.m. That is the hard closing time for the petitions to come in. And if you have any questions, contact the finance office. That's also where you can pick up the petitions from. The other announcement we have is from our ambulance department. The Director Sean wanted us to announce that on March 3rd at 3 o'clock in the Sturgis Community Center Theater, there will be the EMS movie titled Honorable But Broken, EMS in Crisis. This is sponsored by the Sturgis Ambulance. It is we are the only location in South Dakota that will be showing this. And it just is a film that explores the world of EMT and paramedics, the collapse of the EMS system, and what needs to be done to try to save it and find solutions. So mark your calendars for that event. It will be March 3rd at 3 o'clock. And it is called Honorable But Broken, EMS in Crisis. All right. Oh, yes, thank you, Rochelle. There are postcards over here on the counter that you may pick up and take with you for reminders. Item 11, the city manager's report. Do you have an announcement? Okay, please come forward.
As a citizen, represented by you folks at the counter, I want to tell you that I appreciate your concern for citizen representation. And yes, when I elected my council people, I voted for them based on their judgment and trusting their judgment, but I also expect them to listen and to hear me. And I think part of our current quagmire is the fact that there's a perception that it stops at the vote and we're entirely at the hands of your judgment. And I just don't believe that to be true. And I appreciate tonight that you are willing to consider things out of the box, that you've asked Mark to pursue possibilities. I never make a decision myself without pursuing all the options and possibilities, and it seems that there's been like a very narrow passageway with our dilemma of being without a mayor unexpectedly. And just because we pursue more information doesn't mean we have to act on it. Just because we pursue more possibilities doesn't mean that we're contradicting the action that you've already taken, and asking Mark to pursue possibilities and legalities is not an action. You're not taking an action. You're not changing anything about 9.1. You're simply opening your thinking and continuing to consider. And when you consider those possibilities, it tells me that you're trying to make the best decisions for my benefit, for the benefit of every other voter that you represent. And I praise you for that. It's not easy to have those thoughts that aren't really tightly anchored because you're seeking. And I appreciate your seeking that information, and I appreciate the tension that you're experiencing within the council on differences of opinion. And so that is my praise. Thank you for doing what you're doing. This is a hard time, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie. So we have, giving the city manager's report, our new finance officer, Adam. Welcome. We thank you for being here. And so 11.1, December 2023 sales tax report.
Good evening, council. For the general 2% sales tax in the month of December 2023, we were 10.03% higher than December of 22. Sales tax for all of 2023 was 5.245% higher than for 2022. With the current trend, we would provide, there's a deficit in the general fund of almost $18,000 in 2023. The adopted 2024 budget assumes a total collection of sales tax that is 0.7% below the current trend for 2023. The tourism BBB sales tax for the month of December 2023, the tourism-related sales were 5.05% lower than December of 22. Sales were 6.53% higher than the same time period in 22. The current trend would provide a surplus in the BBB fund of $28,508. The adopted 2024 budget assumes a total collection of sales tax that is negative 5.9% lower than the current 2023 trend.
Okay, thank you. And then 11.2 payroll report. We have Lisa Katzenstein coming forward.
Good evening, council. Tonight I just have a salary change for Adam, reflecting that he is the new city finance officer, chief financial officer for the city.
All right, thank you. Moving on, item number 12 is the consent agenda. You'll see we have items 12.1 through 12.8. Are there any questions from council regarding the consent agenda? How about from the public? Any questions regarding consent? Any items that council would like to see pulled from this? How about public? Bonnie, please come forward.
I don't have anything to be pulled, but again, one of the things I notice is in 12.3, we're talking about an arm release, and down below, we're talking about a Sturgis auditorium, and it's all the same place, it's all the same address, and once again, we need to unify our language and speak clearly. What is it?
Okay. All right, thank you. So hearing no questions or comments, the chair would entertain a motion on the consent.
I move to approve.
All right, we have a first by Preston.
Second.
Oh, second by Mike.
Sorry.
Okay. So on the motion to approve the consent agenda, all of those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Please show for the record it was unanimous. Item 13, approval of the claims. Does council have any questions on the claims for tonight?
Madam
Aaron?
President, I have a few. On page 3 of the claims, underneath mayor and council, underneath our travel, 42,700, a couple questions on that, and one question and a comment. We have the lodging for 487, but then we also have it credited back at days in. Just wanted to, I'm assuming that we had something that was scheduled and then that we didn't attend, or
Okay.
what's that,
We
Deb?
have Deb coming to the podium. Deb?
That was me. So what happened was, I didn't realize we had the council meeting and I'd already booked it. And I could only, cancel the whole thing. I couldn't just cancel one day. And so I had them cancel the whole, reservation, and then I rebooked it.
Okay.
So it was the 487, and then they gave it back, and that was when I went to the tourism conference in Pierre.
Thanks, Deb.
Yep.
I guess the comment on that then is that we basically we're not through February yet, and we've spent 50% of our travel budget for the year. Right now we've spent just under $1,200, and we have $2,344 budgeted. So just one of those things just to be aware of as we're going forward. I had the same thing in the finance department. We're at 57% of the budget for travel. If you go down to buildings, this is page 6 of the claims. In the very first one, we have $16,000 for the preventive maintenance contract. When I compare that to the '24 budget, all we appropriated was $15,000. Now, I understand things do get more expensive, but typically, and again, maybe this is education for all of us. When you look at that particular line item, which is 4192, 42,200, that's right now in that particular line, we're showing 15,000, but we have 16,000. As we were talking about improving our process on oversight for this '24 budget, and that's kind of where I'm leading for on these. These are the kind of questions, these are things I'm looking for when I look at the claims, because I'm looking at the claims and I'm going back to the budget and kind of find out, how much did we appropriate for that from the council? Is that within that amount? How much, what's our execution rate? And then another example that kind of gets me a little confused is if you go down to planning and permitting, we have on the online solutions on Citizens Serve, we have 16,800. In that particular budget, we have 5,000. But now if you go through the whole budget, I think there is 16,000 because it's all the other different accounts have a portion of that 16.8. But on the claims, we're putting the claims on that particular account, 4196-4220. Now, if you go to other accounts at 4220, you're going to find that. But to me, either we put that expense where we appropriated those funds, or in this case, if we're always going to be kind of bringing them together anyway, maybe we just have one line item that covers that. Because it's very difficult to provide oversight if the account numbers are not necessarily consistent with what was appropriated in the budget. Again, this is just more of a teaching point. I mean, this is, Adam has been doing a great job. He was going to meet with Beck and I. We just weren't able to make it work. And that particular day is to kind of sit down and look at what kind of information requirements that the council would have. And so I appreciate, obviously, your willingness to do that. So I just thought going through the claims, particularly on this one, since we're kind of talking about January and February, that was my opportunity to kind of look at it from a budget appropriation perspective, not just the claims. So thanks. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for claims? Kevin?
Yeah, I agree with some of the coding questions. I would question right off on page 3, under mayor and council, aren't the MECM expenses to be taken out of sponsorship?
That, I think. Adam, did you have?
I'm assuming that some of that would be with when the mayor was there as well with some of the food. So
It would come under mayor and council for his travel.
yes.
Okay.
Page 7, under sponsorship, there's a $601 expense for Sturgis poker chip. But when we look at the individual budget, you know, the line item in that is budget number 4198 42600, supplies and materials. Our budget is broken down into 15 subsections. And I don't see that any one of those subsections fits that. What does that item fit into? Which one of those 15? Because that's back to Councilor Jordan's comment on being responsible to the line item. That's how we get to a spot where we have verifiable and repeatable oversight on budget. So I'm wondering where that fits in there, because those don't seem to fit into any one of those 15 categories.
Lance.
I will look into that, Councilor Forrester. Those were marketing tools that we generated as part of MECM. We were also invited to activate at the event, and those were used to engage with attendees and leave them with the ability to access our official website through that coin with a QR code. It's a marketing tool, and I will look into the exact coding.
Okay. Same budget, last item of that category, page 8. We've got video recording that's under utilities. Is that professional services? Video recording it's only $54, but it doesn't seem like a utility.
That's under sponsorship too, is what he's looking at.
Correct. Those are the webcams downtown. Those do come out of utilities. They're budgeted under the webcam.
Okay, thank you
line
for
item.
the
Yeah.
clarification.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right. Same page under rally and events. We've got a claim for $552 for Legendary Electric, but it says installation and programming for smart switches. What kind of smart switches is our LA department installing?
That's for down at Rally Point for the furnaces that you guys install, the flames, the gas, so we can control them on timers.
Remotely using,
The 2 fireplaces that we have down there. They are for the fireplaces that we have down at Rally Point, the 2 there that we can control them on timers.
okay, thank
Is that
you.
everything? I'm Tammy Even with the Rally Department.
So you're trying to be energy efficient.
Well, I'm trying to find a way that we can control them so that we can have them shut off at a normal time rather than burn gas 24 hours a day.
Thank you.
I guess the final question that I'd have is, I see from Coca-Cola bottling in a lot of budgets, multiple line entries. I mean, are we not paying that bill monthly, or how are we having, for example, the one I'm looking at, Raleigh right now, we've got 5 entries for Coca-Cola that says monthly office water. And that repeats itself in several budgets.
As far as my department, we were having trouble getting the bills. So we finally got that routed to the right spot, and now we're paying them monthly. We used to, and then we were having trouble getting them.
Is that an internal delivery piece? We're not getting the bills?
That was using somebody's old address, I believe, but I'm not positive.
Did we incur any late charges on that?
No, those have been taken care of.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I guess before we vote on this, the final question I'd have, Adam, as finance officer. You know, this claim list is, what are we at on this one? Is it 600,000? 300,000? 317,000? Can we continue to be updated on our cash position? I mean, it's not that we are in any kind of struggle, but many government agencies have a hard time with cash flow the first months of the year. I mean, previous discussion tonight indicated that our major payday is tax collection, property tax, and the county will portion that out to us in May at some point. So until May, we have to be able to live on our cash balances. Faye, I think at the last meeting reported that we had roughly $1 million. So does this take us down to 580?
Right now, we're about 800,000.
800?
I am working on a cash flow for you guys. I will have that out by end of day tomorrow. So
Cash projection, yeah.
projection, yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you, Kevin. Any other questions, comments concerning the claims? If not, Chair will entertain the motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Bonnie, yes.
SIP appears again and again. Can you tell us what SIP stands for?
That's the monthly newsletter.
Pardon?
The monthly newsletter that is sent out to all of the account holders.
The SIP.
The SIP, this,
Information publication. I had to learn that when I got here.
Once again,
Hasn't changed since I've been on the
we need to
council.
build a glossary. Okay, and then a couple of those, okay, the Rasmussen, is that 16,000, is that an annual, is that for the whole year? Is that the year's contract, or
Yes, it's a year contract.
what about the Citizen Serve, is that annual? That's
Yes,
16,000 there. And so it says 8 subscriptions.
yes. So we split it up. Public Works has a couple, Finance has one. All 4 planning and permitting employees have them, and then we use them during the rally with the people going out.
Okay, so I'm having trouble hearing you on the mic, so 4 of them were the
4 of them with
department.
planning and permitting, 1 with the finance office, 1 with Lisa. I think Public Works has 2, I believe.
Okay. Okay, so that's what we were talking about. They just got billed out in one place, but they actually
Yes.
belong spread out. Okay. And then page 126 of on page 126, there's an education, University of Minnesota for $3,500. What is that? Well, they're 35, yeah, 35.50. There's a,
Page number on the right.
oh, page 4. Page 4 down at the bottom. There's education, travel to University of Minnesota.
Those are just furthering education classes.
They're what?
The furthering education classes.
For?
I've been taking some classes.
Okay.
Governmental cost and accounting.
Was $98, was that your round trip ticket?
It's just the University of Minnesota, the 98, I guess I'm not.
It says travel. I just wondered if that was the round trip flight. If it,
Education, travel,
Oh, yes,
/ travel.
yes.
okay, I think that got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bonnie. Is there a motion for the claims?
I would move to approve, please.
Okay, there's a first by Dean,
I'll second.
second by Preston. All in favor of approving the claims, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Claims are paid. Moving on to item number 14, public hearings. 14.1 is a consideration to approve an SEL for Sturgis Brewing Company for the SEDC annual meeting.
Move to approve.
Okay,
Second?
all right. This is for the SEDC annual meeting. We have a first by Mike, a second by Kevin. Any questions on this? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion carries. We've approved the SEL for March 26th, the SEDC annual meeting. Item 14.2, consideration to approve Resolution 2024-17, road closures and road restrictions during this year's motorcycle rally. We have Tammy Even, Rally Director.
Thank you, everybody. We do this every year. I'm just going to go through the 3 changes that we're proposing. We'd like to do from Lizelle, Harley-Davidson Way, from Lizelle to the alley just north of here by First Interstate Bank to be motorcycle-only parking, except for the opening ceremonies where the alley by the Knuckle Brewery to Main Street would be closed for those opening ceremonies for that day, to be open after everything is taken down and removed. The second one would be First Street would be designated the thoroughfare for vehicular traffic. On the west side of the street would be motorcycle-only parking. On the east side would still continue that fire lane that we've always had in the past. The third change would be for Sherman Street to be no parking from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. from 3rd Street to Junction, with the authority for the PD to tow. Does anybody have any questions on that? And just to be clear, this does not include anything for the proposed race. That'll be in a separate paperwork.
Any questions for Tammy regarding the changes that she just presented? How about from the public? Any questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Kevin.
You know, the changes to Harley-Davidson Way, and keeping Harley-Davidson Way closed seems, I mean, that's reasonable to discuss. Pushing the traffic to First Street does not seem to have a major impact to our traffic flow in the community. What's the reasoning behind closing Sherman Street at 2 a.m.?
The most part is just to be prepared for the race if it did happen. Plus, we have VIP parking only right outside City Hall here on both sides, so that nobody is going to be parking there, so that from 6 a.m. in the morning until 10 p.m. at night, I believe it is, that we have that for VIP parking. We had some conflicts with people parking there from 10 a.m. to overnight.
Just to shed a little light on that, Councilor Forster, also with the proposed race, we will have to be towing, and I do believe it'll be more of a headache for people if we only tow one night, so if we continue to tow to keep that area open, we'll continue to, one, keep it open for safety, but also for getting people trained. I am afraid that Saturday nights, when we get a lot of locals in town, we could potentially have locals parking there and have a lot of car seems to be coming Saturday night, so I think we'd have just kind of a little bit of a chaos for parking there and then towing one night. I think it'd be a headache when, if we haven't towed all week long, people have been parking there all week. Might be a little upset.
The race route doesn't use First Street to Junction. Why would we include that?
So I believe there's probably going to be some equipment stored there at one point or another, but also it's going to end up being shut off. We'll have to shut it off because of the turns and for the race, so that sorry, I lost my train of thought there, but it's going to have to, there's no place for them to safely turn around, I guess is what I'm saying, if it was open from Junction to First Street. And so it just, for simplicity, keeping it closed for the duration of the week, or enforcing the towing, I'm sorry.
It seems to me that that discussion would be tied to the race discussion rather than our general rally closure pieces.
We're just trying to make it easy for everybody rather than just have one night of towing. So if we can train the people, instead of getting them used to, for all of Raleigh, being able to park on Sherman Street, and then one night have them towed, we could potentially have a lot of upset people.
Councilor Forster, I feel like you were involved in these conversations during our rally and events meetings too, so.
Well, we haven't been clear on all of the connected actions, so parking of equipment, I mean, is that city equipment or is that race equipment?
I'm just kind of speaking that I would assume they'd probably be wanting to store stuff there during the rally, or I'm sorry, during the race. But as far as the towing, it's just going to be simplicity of us towing it throughout the week. And that's just me speaking. I don't know if anybody's intentions, but I could foresee that being a place for people storing stuff. I don't know if that's the case or not.
It seems like it'd be tough to use that space during the Sunday services at the Lutheran Church. That's their primary parking, so.
No, and I'd agree with you on that.
Any further comments or questions, please, from council?
I guess I would like to make a comment on committee decisions or recommendations. That doesn't take away the ability to have the discussion in open session and with the public, so, you know.
All right, is there a motion for Resolution 2024-17?
Move to approve.
First by Dean, is there a second?
Second.
A second by Angela. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-17, please say yes.
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 Opposed? No?
No.
Okay. That vote is 7-1. Motion carries. Next item, 14.3. This is consideration to approve Resolution 2024-18, street closure and lifting of open container ban for the 2024 Fall Festival.
This is a chamber event that's been going on for several years. They close the area of Harley-Davidson Way for family-type events that they host. This is during our Music Fest event as well. So we would have the open container in the normal non-rally boundaries, and that street will be closed for their events.
Are there any questions regarding the Fall Festival street closure and lifting of open container?
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a first by Dean. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Tony. Are there any questions from the public regarding this? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of Resolution 2024-18, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, no. Okay, motion carries. For the record, that is unanimous. Item 14.4 is consideration to approve Resolution 2024-19, the street closure and lifting of open container ban for the 2024 Sturgis Arts Festival and Battle of the Bands.
This is a continuing event for the Sturgis Chamber. They closed the street area downtown for vendors and family type events, as well as the Battle of the Bands they started last year that will be performing at Rally Point.
Okay. Any questions, comments for this event? How about from the public? Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a first by Dean,
I'll second.
a second by Preston. Any final questions or comments? Hearing none, all of those in favor of Resolution 2024-19, please say yes.
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 All opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, our next item, number 15, reports. 15.1 is set the date for the change of form of government referendum. The staff report will be Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. As you're aware, the South Dakota Supreme Court reversed and remanded the Bond 1 case to the trial court to enter a writ of mandamus compelling the city to hold an election. A hearing has been set before the circuit court on March 1st to consider that writ of mandamus. As a technical matter, the state Supreme Court retains jurisdiction over a case for 20 days after its opinion is issued. That jurisdiction retention prevents the circuit court from acting, but it does not prevent counsel from acting. So I see no reason why the referendum cannot be set for the May 9th date and a form of question and ballot explanation provided in the very near future.
That'd be April 9th though, right?
I stand corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Are there any comments or questions from council regarding this potential action?
I make a motion that we put on, have a referendum on the ballot for the 9th of April.
Okay, there's a first by Aaron. Is there a second? I'm sorry?
Second, please.
Okay, second by Kevin. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Yes, Mr. Thompson.
How are you promoting that? How will the public know what they're voting for? Do you have a standard how that works?
Sure, Mr. Marshall.
That will be in the ballot explanation that will be prepared.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. All of those in favor of the motion to set the referendum for the change of form of government for the City of Sturgis on April 9th, please say yes.
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 All opposed, please say no.
No.
Okay. Motion carries 7-1. For the record, please note that. This brings us to item 15.2, ratification of the appointment of committee members for the Sturgis Industrial Expansion Revolving Fund. We have Public Works Director Rick Bush coming forward. Rick.
Thank you. Members of the council, up for consideration tonight is the appointment of the committee members for the Sturgis Industrial Expansion Revolving Fund Committee per Title 24. In 2010, the City Council passed Title 24, which is titled Sturgis Industrial Expansion Revolving Fund, which established in the City Treasury a special revenue fund to be known as the Sturgis Economic Development Revolving Fund. This was for the purpose of making loans for the promotion of the city. As part of that process established by Title 24, there is a revolving loan committee that reviews loan applications and recommends action on the application to the council regarding the loan funding. By ordinance, this committee is comprised of the mayor and 6 other members who are appointed by the mayor and ratified by the county. Those positions consist of the mayor and/or a designee of the mayor, 1 representative from the city council, 2 representatives from the Sturgis Economic Development Corporation, and 2 representatives from Sturgis banks or credit unions. The council president, in her capacity to act in the vacancy of the office of the mayor, has confirmed these recommendations and is recommending the appointment of 4 persons suggested by the Sturgis Economic Development Corporation along with the city representatives. Those people include Council President Becca Zerbst, Councilor Kevin Forrester, SEDC Executive Director Amanda Anglin, SEDC Board Chair Paul Bisson, Bryce Rock of Pioneer Bank and Trust, Floyd Rummel III from Northern Hills Federal Credit Union, and myself. We're looking for the city council to confirm those appointments and to ratify that selection made by the council president. Is there any questions?
Any questions for Rick? Kevin?
Who was the members last year?
I'm not sure who the mayor appointed last year.
So we're not sure that we even had this group operational?
That I don't
It's supposed to
have
be done annually according to the ordinances. My piece in it is because I'm, as a part of the management team, I'm assuming the city manager's role.
Yeah, I'm just asking the
I
questions.
don't have an answer. I don't know who. I guess we could research go through the records and see who the appointments were, if they were made.
And I apologize, I can't recall either who was serving in this
I'm
capacity.
assuming it was the 2 people on the SEDC board from the city, which would have been the mayor and the city manager.
Any other questions or comments regarding this committee? Amanda is coming forward.
Good evening, Amanda Anglin, Executive Director of the Sturgis Economic Development Corporation. I can talk a little bit about my experience as far as since my employment with SEDC and how we've executed the program, and I'm not aware whether or not this appointment has been made. But from our perspective, SEDC has a loan review committee, and that's where we review the loans that come into my office for the SEDC revolving loan fund, which we house those dollars, the Meade County revolving loan fund, and then also the city's revolving loan fund, which we don't house those dollars. You guys do, but we review the applications, make a recommendation to council on whether or not to fund the loan, and our loan review committee has traditionally done that over the past 5.5 years that I've been involved with this program.
Okay.
And that committee is set by the SEDC Board of Directors.
So would this be a wider spread of the personal financial information?
I would say yes to that question. Currently, our committee consists of myself, 2 members from our board, and then 2 members from local banks. And the financial information only stays with those 5 people. The full board of directors does not see any of the business financials, and they make a decision based off of the recommendation of the committee. So according to the ordinance, the way I read it, the financial information provided in this particular loan application would be subject to the review of city council, city staff, and anyone else who the ordinance allows to see that information.
Okay, thank you. So what it looks like is we're having kind of a diversion from practice and policy.
Correct.
Yes. So, I think what I'm seeing is, you know, per our ordinance, this committee exists and needs to be appointed annually. But I think if we were to, you know, take action or not take action, what we need to do is have a conversation and sit down and really kind of clarify, I think, moving forward, how we can work between what is being practiced and the city's ordinance.
Yes, I do have additional questions on the execution of the ordinance in that manner, because in current practice is that I handle the applications and collect all the financial documents, arrange the meetings, all of that in preparation to make a recommendation to the city council, and the ordinance doesn't really lay that out. So the way it reads to me, who's responsible for that? Would that then go back onto city staff to execute that piece of it that SEDC has been doing over the last few years? So.
Madam President?
Yes.
You had tasked me with looking
Yes.
into this matter this morning.
Yes.
And I appreciate the SEDC's concerns, but I believe that city ordinance trumps the SEDC's practices. That doesn't, of course, address the other questions that the director has raised about how the work is processed through their organization, but it does address what local law is as far as SEDC is concerned. And I think it would be entirely appropriate to have an ongoing discussion about how that looks internally.
I think so too. And I mean, not to be prejudicial, but I kind of would like to have the conversation continue before council action is done. Again, I don't mean to be prejudicial on this, but I just think it's important that we have this communication first. Is there any other comments or questions from council?
I would just note that I do have an application pending for this loan fund. So in the essence of time for the potential borrower, which is part of a project that we're working on in coordination with conversation sooner rather than later to not delay the decision of that loan application, which is just a piece of a larger project.
Okay, all right.
Can I motion to table this
Okay,
for
Yes.
further review?
okay. There's a first by Preston to table this item.
Second.
There's a second by Mike. Motions to table are not debatable. So all in favor of tabling this per the review and consultation with SEDC, please say yes.
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 All those opposed say no. Okay, motion carries. So Amanda, we will be in touch to get together on this ASAP.
May I, Madam President?
Yes, please.
Robert's rules, as we saw tonight, requires tabled matters to come up as the first item on the next regularly scheduled council agenda.
Okay.
And I simply wanted to call that to
Yes.
council's attention.
All right, thank you so much. Item 15.3 is the city attorney to sign Sturgis Brown High School lease agreement with the school district. Tammy?
Hi, we have been asked by the state amateur basketball tournament Association to host the 2026 basketball tournament here. In order to reserve the gyms, I'd like you guys to authorize the signing of this contract with the school. Of course, we don't know what the custodial costs will be in 2026, but that is all they are charging us. Normally, it's $500 and some a gym as of this year.
Any questions regarding this agreement? How about from the public? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, first by Dean.
Second.
Oh, second by Aaron, third by Mike.
That's okay.
All of those in favor of signing this lease agreement with the Meade School District, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, no. Okay, I'm a yes. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0. Thank you. The next item, 15.4, facilities agreement with the Sturgis United Methodist Church for rally use. Tammy?
We have used the United Methodist Church as a base for our employee meals during the rally the last few years. I'm just asking that you guys authorize the signing of this contract that we could lease it again for our use for this 2024 year.
Any questions, as this is another year for us to use the facilities up at the Methodist Church? Any questions from public? The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
We have a first by Tony,
I'll second.
second by Preston. All of those in favor of signing this facilities agreement for the Methodist Church during the rally, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed, no. Motion carries 8-0. Our next item, 15.5, the first reading of ordinance 2024-01, Transportation Network, Company Driver Registration and Regulation. Mr. Miller is here to give the council report.
Thank you, Madam President. As discussed in the work session and through the discussion phase last council meeting, the transportation network companies, essentially Lyft, Uber, is for the most part we're fully regulated through state statute. The city's ordinances currently mirror state statute and creates a kind of more of a redundancy. And this ordinance has created some problems in the past on opening the door for Lyft and Uber based off of the licensing fees required. Essentially, they're same as taxis within the city. The recommendation is to repeal the section or the chapter. It'd be chapter 3703, and just open the door for Lyft, Uber drivers, and rideshare drivers to start operating within the city limits. I believe there's sufficient protections in place through state statute to open the door for the rideshare companies to operate safely within the city. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Does council have any questions for Mr. Miller regarding this ordinance? We have work studied it. We've done a discussion, public discussion last meeting. So here we are at first reading. Are there any questions from the audience?
This is on 15.5.
Yes, 15.5, the rideshare transportation network ordinance. Hearing no further questions or comments, the chair will enter.
Approve.
Right, we have a first by Tony,
Second.
second by Angela. As this is ordinance, let's do a roll call. Preston?
Yes.
Aaron is
Right there.
stepped out, okay. Dean? I'll come back around to Aaron.
Just giving him time.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Angela?
Yes.
Kevin?
Yes.
Tony?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
And Aaron? 15.5 red share.
Absolutely.
Okay. So motion carries 8-0. That is a unanimous vote. Please, for the record, show that. The next item, 15.6, the first reading of ordinance 2024-02, pedicabs, and the amending section. Eric, once again.
In recent years, the number of pedicabs have been increasing through, during the rally. And I believe the police department has been running into issues, and there's been congestion issues and various other kind of issues with the pedicabs. The goal of this ordinance is to limit the number of pedicabs during the rally to, or just in general, to 10. And based off of prior discussions, there's also the ability for pedicab operators to receive a conditional temporary license that is generally about 5 days and operates outside of the rally times. That way it provides an opportunity for additional pedicabs during like Music on Main and various other events throughout the city. Since the discussion phase, we've had some conversation with some citizens regarding how the lottery process was outlined within the ordinance. And it brought to light some gaping holes on kind of how the lottery process works. So the goal of the revisions for the first reading is to close up those gaps. One primary issue was the lottery system allowed essentially multiple applications for one pedicab. The intent of the ordinance is to only allow one lottery application for one pedicab. So in order to change that process, the application would require a photo of the pedicab plus a photo of the kind of the serial number, the VIN type of identifying information for that specific pedicab. And that would input the application based off of that. And the applications would go in blind, so the city staff wouldn't know who's submitting the application. And then each application would be provided a number, and then the number of applications would be input into kind of an independent random number generator. And the goal is to essentially segregate or remove the city's decision-making process or selection process and leave it as independent and random as possible. So then that way everybody has a fair shot at receiving one of the 10 licenses. And there's generally we'd like to enumerate and just kind of open transparency in the processes. Okay, which random number generator are we going to use? I've seen there's random.org and various other random number generators that we could use that I'm confident function without any bias involved in it. And I think that kind of opens up the process while removing any staff discretion on selecting. And then that way it creates the most fair process.
Okay.
Question. If we do that with a random generator and one petty cab company's got 30 cabs and there's a guy that's got one cab, the odds severely favor the 30 cab guy, just on sheer number.
Yeah, based on sheer number. I mean, but there's also the potential that single cab will get it, and then the other one with 30 might only have 3 cabs operating. I mean, there's a lot of potential, but obviously the more cabs you have, the better chance of getting it. But essentially for each cab has the same chance of being picked. It's not like one cab can have 50 applications while there's the single cab that only gets the one. I mean, if you have 50 cabs, you can put in 50 applications, and then that just increases the number of being ran through the number generator.
Will there be some kind of registration number per cab?
Yeah, as far as my research has provided that or my understanding of the pedicabs, generally they come with kind of a serial number that's specific to those cabs, kind of like a car VIN type situation. And they would input that into have a photo of that with the application. And then once everything's been said and done, then the finance office can compare the serial numbers for all the applications. And if there's duplicates, then and whoever's putting in the duplicates, pull all of their applications and revoke whatever licenses they've been awarded. So there's a disincentive to put in multiple applications, because even if you had a valid pedicab picked, if you're a corporation trying to cheat the system, it can burn you because it'll completely revoke any licenses given, whether they were valid or not, and also just remove your whatever other two. So I think there's a significant disincentive to try to cheat the system, and it creates kind of the fairest system.
Right. And the other months outside of July 15th to August 15th, the council will have the ability to permit conditional licenses, right?
Yeah, and that would generally be an administrative decision on
Oh, okay.
whether
Yeah,
permitting.
sure.
But they can have unlimited amount of licenses. For instance, if one pedicab wanted to operate every single non-rally event, they could do that for $25 for every 5-day period. And the other cab licenses, for the 10 cab licenses that are year-round, those are $200, and they can operate anytime, but it's up to them however they operate. And the licenses generally run from February 1st to January 31st. And the purpose of that is to open the door and not create confusion over New Year's Eve. That way it's kind of a clear delineation between start and end. And it provides the city an opportunity in January to run through post notice and then receive applications and then run through. And then it provides ample time for the pedicabs to prepare for the various events throughout the year.
I don't see that the license is transferable, is it?
I don't believe so. I'd have to double check but I don't believe so. I think once you receive a license, you have it, and if you don't want to use it, then, I mean, you can abandon it, or it's up to you to use it. You can't receive a license and then sell it to somebody else, is what the goal is.
Is it a struggle to have the serial number associated with the license in the event that they have a mechanical failure or something?
I mean, if they can't pass the inspection, then, I mean, we potentially could work with them if they have another pedicab, but the concern is just essentially creating a new market for licenses, because obviously if there's a limited amount, and you see that with liquor licenses, that all of a sudden a new market pops up and they're selling these licenses for significant profit. The goal is you get a license, you can operate. If you choose not to operate, or if you have because all the bikes require inspections and things of that sort, so to ensure they're safely operated within the city, if they don't pass inspection, then it's up to the pedicab owner to get them up to par. So.
Any further questions? How about from the public? Bonnie?
I don't know if I'm losing my concentration or what, but that got a little bit convoluted, so I have some clarification. A company might own multiple cabs, but the application, the cab is applying. Each application is tied to the cab itself. So you could have an individual submit 50 applications for his 50 different cabs. Is that correct?
Yes, if he owns, or the corporation or whoever owns 50 different cabs, they could submit 50 applications, one for each individual pedicab.
And so it's all tied to the cab. It has nothing to do with the operator. of the cab?
As part of the application process, you have to identify all operators of that specific cab. So like the owner doesn't necessarily have to drive it, but he can hire drivers, but they all have to be identified in the affidavit that's part of the application. That way you can ensure that the background of these drivers meets the requirements within the.
And the application goes in when?
It's essentially a date set by the city, because we can post when we would begin to collect applications, and it would provide a time period with a specific deadline to submit applications, and then once that deadline hits, then we would run through the lottery process.
And when is that likely to be?
More than likely in probably December, January timeframe, because the licenses expire February 1st. So the goal is to do the lottery process prior to the expiration.
And that lottery process is the permit for Raleigh?
It's year round. Like most pedicabs, like right now, the current licenses can operate year round, but they generally only exclusively work in the Raleigh. This functions in the same manner where they could operate at Music in Maine or just in general on a day-to-day basis, but it's up to the pedicab owner when they want to operate in the year.
I guess I would question how realistic it is to expect something like a pedicab that is manned by the employment pool that is during the rally. I'm not sure that's realistic to expect the owner of the cab to know who all his possible operators would be in August. I don't think that's realistic.
I mean, he does have the opportunity, you mean in January?
Yeah.
But he can, like if there are additional operators, they can submit a new affidavit that outlines who the operators are and how they meet the requirements.
Okay, so between the time that they apply for that the pedicab applies for the right to operate, between that time and the actual time of operation, the driver possibility can be changed, can be
Yeah.
swapped out?
Yeah, they can update their information with the city on who's can operate and ensure that insurance covers everything and things of that sort. Because if they are operating in violation of this ordinance, PD or planning and permitting or whoever is designated can revoke these licenses if they violate the ordinance.
So do you have any expectation that if they're going to submit an alternate operator, that it has to have a certain period of time before that person climbs on the cab and operates it?
I mean, in theory, they could submit a change during the rally if they bring on new staff. I mean, it just ensures that the operators meet the criteria, such as, I think there's certain requirements that, well, as long as their insurance covers them, they have to, there's certain, touch on that, where they can't have.
This is where I admit I didn't read all of this one.
No, that's fine. But they can, like, there's certain requirements for the drivers, such as they can't have so many speeding tickets or like a DUI or anything like that. And essentially, this affidavit is from the owner attesting that this is the case. If they lie on the application or really just violate the ordinance in general, then city staff can revoke the license.
So is staff vetting that operator list?
I mean, for the most part, we could, but we can run off kind of the affidavit where essentially they're saying that this is true, this is accurate, and this is what's going on. If they lie under that, then that can significantly impact it, but it's up to city staff if we choose to kind of go in and further investigate if necessary. Otherwise, a lot of it's relying on their essentially signed affidavit.
It seems to me that if we don't have an intention to vet that operator list, that it seems pointless to require it at the time of application, I mean, these people don't even know if they're going to get to operate, yet you're asking them to compile their list of drivers
And I mean
8 months in
preliminarily,
advance of doing it. I guess I don't see the point of asking for that list of operator candidates until they receive the permit and closer to the action.
I mean, it's if they have it, because like if they don't put any drivers down, then the expectation is they will put in their drivers prior to operating in the city. If they fail to do that, then the city can revoke their license. So I mean, it's just if
That's
they.
the way I'd word it then,
Yeah.
that they have to provide that list prior to operating.
And that's in there, where if they supply their list of operators in their initial, or they can update, or if there are drivers that aren't listed in that initial list, then they're mandated to update the list with a kind of revised or amended affidavit.
But they wouldn't necessarily have to have their driver list at the time of application.
No, I mean, if you're hiring during the rally, then you're going to amend that. I mean, if they know that, say, like the owner is driving himself, then he could put himself down.
Right.
And just kind of already clear that person. But if he goes over and hires other drivers, say closer to the rally or during the rally, then he would have to update the affidavit attesting to
And he would
those
be allowed to
drivers.
do that.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't quite clear on what you said about if cab breaks, can he substitute another cab? I mean,
Generally,
if
no.
you're licensing, if you're permitting each cab, if a cab breaks, he's just out of luck. He can't
I mean,
run another cab to,
it's up to the operator to keep the cabs up and running. I mean, if that breaks, then it's tough because the license is fixed to that specific one cab. If we start opening the possibility of transferring, then that opens the door for potential selling the licenses and things of that sort. So this kind of keeps it narrow, keeps it limited, and ensures that the operators are keeping kind of their pedicabs well maintained.
but things happen. People run into you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, if
it
there
just
was
seems,
an occurrence where like a cab was hit by a car or something, then I'm sure the city staff could work with them, but.
but there's no
unless-
provision for them to.
Yeah. So, I mean, otherwise, we can figure something out. But generally, the goal is to be assigned directly to that cab.
And this is an ordinance,
Yes.
but ordinances don't usually allow that kind of wiggle room. I mean, I guess what I'm getting back to is say what you mean and mean what you say. And I'm not sure we've done that.
But, I mean,
In this.
essentially, the ordinance, there's no transferring. So, I mean, it's just, if their cab breaks down, they're SOL. That's essentially what it comes down to.
And they pay for the permit at the time of application, or they pay for the permit at the
Upon
time?
award,
On award.
yeah.
And so they've paid for their permit, and their cab breaks, and they lost their money.
That's,
And we're running a cab short of transportation.
then if there's
Or would you
one
award-
broken one, then there'd be 9 operating in the city.
And you wouldn't award another one to someone so that we had enough pedicabs running.
No. I mean, unless they abandon it or revoke it, because if they revoke it, then we could potentially open the door for another one.
I think this needs some scrutiny. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments on this ordinance? Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, first by Dean. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mike. All those in favor of the first reading of ordinance 2024-02, please say yes.
Yes.
All opposed? I'm a yes. Okay. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0. Thank you so much. The final item, 15.7, payroll. continuation of transition team member stipend. Lisa.
Good evening, Council. This is basically revisiting the salary resolution from January 2nd, where the biweekly stipend for the transition team members was extended through the middle of February. Basically, that ended on February 16th. Faye has retired on the 15th, so we're looking for guidance on what your will is with regards to that. It's not a typical payroll item because staff wasn't sure where that belonged.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Any questions or comments on this item?
Well, I think everybody knows I have comments and questions on this. You know, this is something we've been talking about in our subcommittees for a while. You know, when this transition team was put together, it was really, for a short period of time. And now we're coming up on a year, and it's, we'll have an election in April. We'll have an understanding if we're going with the city manager or a different approach. So we're still, probably talking sometime midsummer, maybe early fall before we have a person in place. First of all, I think the team has done a really good job. Everybody's pulled together as a team in some difficult times and situations. But I do think as we relook at, what we're going to do going forward until we have a person in place, we should sit back and take a look at, how things have been going. And as I was looking at this, I guess, Lisa, is the intent that the person who is appointed the mayor would be getting a stipend to be a part of this management team?
No, this is just to bring this forward to you. There's no real recommendation from staff with regards to that.
Okay. I could make an argument that we have always had a management team, and that management team consists of those individuals that report directly to the council. Used to be 3, and now it's 4 with Deb's position as the Director of Communications and Public Outreach. When we go into executive sessions, those are the 4 individuals that the council would visit with on contracts, personnel issues, and those type of things. So I kind of view that as our management team. Now, one member of that management team's position is vacant, the city manager, and the intent is to fill the city manager position. Our ordinance allows us to identify an individual or individuals to fill the city manager position. It also states that we can select from department heads. So I'm making the assumption then that we have determined that those direct reports are also considered department heads. I would like to, an answer on that, because if that is the answer, that they are department heads, but yet we also have, job description for a city manager that manages the city through department heads. And we know that those direct reports don't work for the city manager, they work for the city council. I do believe, I think our ordinances does not allow us to do that. However, we can change our ordinance, have a resolution that would temporarily allow us to select direct reporting individuals to be part of that to assume duties of the city manager. But we haven't done that yet. And if our intent is to continue with some status quo, then I think we need to do that action to make it, in my estimation, consistent with our ordinance. The other part of that, and this is a question I asked in the subcommittee, is that what I would like to see, particularly when it comes down to compensation, because right now we're just dividing it 6 ways. I would like to see what those exact duties of the city manager that they are performing, because I don't necessarily think it's equitable. There are some that are doing a lot of what the city manager has been doing, and there are some that are doing not as much. And so when it comes down to just dividing the compensation, I just don't think it makes sense just to be able to divide it 6 ways when the responsibility is not divided 6 ways equally. I guess the last part of it, and and it kind of goes down to conflict of interest. Having our city attorney also assume duties of the city manager. Again, not that I'm saying there's anything that's been done wrong, but we've had conversations over the last couple of years of people that are in other organizations that may not necessarily be able to be in those organizations and represent them at least, and also be a member of council. So it's more the optics. It's not necessarily about anything that was done or not done. It's just the fact that, just from the research that I've been doing, there's always been tension between a city attorney and a city manager. I've read some reports that go back into the 80s that discussed, that tension. That's a normal and a good tension, because the city manager position is, trying to get things done. And you have a city attorney position that is separate from those operations, that's kind of overlooking, ensuring that we're doing it right, the right way. So I guess at the end of this is that if we're going to have direct report persons have those duties, I think we need to make an adjustment, a resolution that adjusts our resolution to allow for it. And then those that are going to have those duties, just to make sure we understand what those duties are, and then compensate accordingly. And then the last part of it is, now maybe we're getting close, and I know that Mark has been doing a good job managing a lot of hats, but this is something that I've talked to the old mayor, Mark Carstensen, about, that I've just been uncomfortable with, just because of having an understanding of what those two roles are, of city manager and city attorney, and again, not necessarily having any one of those individuals assume responsibilities of the other. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Aaron. Anyone else? So given that there's no action that is requested on this, I'm sorry, that there's no action that's typically needed for salary adjustment, that there is council action requested given our previous discussion. So thinking in those terms, are there any suggestions or discussions about possible council action? Dean?
I guess I'm not sure what kind of time frame you're thinking about, Aaron, in your discussion about this. But I feel like, I'm not saying that it couldn't be stepped back and looked at, and the duties and evaluated, but I would say to stop it altogether while that takes place, I don't feel comfortable doing that to the people that are still doing those jobs in the meantime. So I would prefer to continue to move forward as we are, or as we have been, but I'm not opposed to evaluating it and changing it, but to take it away from everybody, I feel is not.
So you're wanting to split the 2 points that Aaron had brought up? Continuing forward with the stipend, but also putting maybe an evaluation,
Correct.
Lessons learned kind of thing, going back over the last year.
Actual duties assigned in the filling in for, what he said, evaluation.
Okay.
Or
all
maybe
right.
he said evaluation, I don't know.
Okay.
No, and I would disagree that, I don't want to penalize anybody. And so if we need to maintain status quo for a period of time to do the review, I guess if there's a disappointment on my part, is that I've asked these questions in subcommittees and before for, 6 weeks, and we haven't done anything. We haven't had any traction on it. So, I mean, again, I really tried to play this a long time ago, to explaining what my thoughts were. And again, I don't necessarily expect everybody always to agree, but I've never had anybody come back and give me an argument, yep, we can do that. Our ordinance is clear that we can, when it doesn't seem as clear to me. when it comes to the compensation piece of it, it just, as we've been doing this for the last, 10 months or so, just recognizing that there are some that are carrying a lot of the responsibilities of the city manager, and there are other direct reports that are not doing as much. And this is not to state that anybody's doing a bad job. Everybody's doing a great job. But if you, again, I believe compensation, and it stalks in the ordinance, is that once you hire somebody or hire some people to do that position, you'd be able to compensate them. I think that compensation should be tied to the level of increased responsibilities in those duties. That's all. Again, I did ask that a while. I don't mind. This is not, I don't want to put a burden on our staff with a change in rate like this. But if we're going to do the analysis and take, do we need to have a resolution that allows us to appoint direct reports? And if we do, let's just do it. And then once we identify those members of the direct reports that are going to assume some responsibilities of the city manager position, let's just identify what those duties are. And then based on that, we'll probably give a clear indication of what that compensation should be. So what we're working with is that we know what the 100% of the city manager would normally make. The intent is not to break over that, but to just be able to compensate accordingly to those level of responsibilities. I don't think it would be a difficult task to do, quite frankly, to be able to have an understanding of that and then be able to, because we've already given them compensation based on their direct report positions and the department heads that are stepping up. But we do know a lot of those department heads that are stepping up are also doing a lot of the functions of the city manager. And again, the intent is not to pull that away, because we need to maintain equitability when it comes down to compensation to the level of responsibility.
Well, to add to that, without council action, we originally, through our action, decided to take the city manager's wage, divide it by 6, and give it to those 6. But then through a staff report and no action by the council, we added one more, the 7th. So we're actually at a burn rate that's over our budget on that. So there definitely is a need for council action to, first off, ratify that. I'm not sure how we got there last year, and I feel your pain, Aaron, on not getting answers to your questions. I think we've had lots of positive things that have come out of our transition team. We've had some significant failures, I believe, and now is the time to make sure that we address this. And I think it also gives us an insight into maybe a problem that we have. We did not have a resilient team that was left behind us. We lost one person on our team, and we ran into a lot of problems off of that. And making sure that we set ourselves up, set the city up for long-term success is on the backs of what we're working on right now as well. So, Councilor Jordan, I would definitely be in favor of you providing a motion to, move forward with this, and so we can have a more discussion on something more directed. I don't think that committee action is going to generate anything. We tried that, and it failed us. So.
Other comments? How about from the public? Barney?
I feel like John Henry. I'm overworked tonight, and I think my brain might drop dead. But I have a number of random thoughts on this. This is one of those items that has drawn fire from the public, is the action to do it this way and the additional compensation. Myself, Daniel was a busy man. Daniel and I didn't always agree on things, but Daniel was a busy man and did a lot of stuff. My first question is, are all of Daniel's tasks getting done? My concept of the team, the transition team, was not that they had the capacity to do the job of city manager, but that their mission was to keep our wheels on the track and us not get derailed in the absence of a city manager. So here we're taking the compensation of all that a city manager did and would do and passing it out. And my question is, are the tasks getting done, and are people getting compensated for doing those tasks or just being willing to be on the team? And then, as Kevin said, you know, the number inflated, and now we're going into another year and we're raising the compensation. I mean, we're talking about people who already work. I hesitate to even say a number, but I know the kind of hours I used to work. You guys don't work 40-hour weeks. These people are already used up. And are they working 80-hour weeks? Is that what's happening? I don't know. They're rhetorical questions. I don't expect answers to them. But I just think that there's a lack of acuity, a lack of focus, a lack of real understanding of what this has taken. As far as demand on the individuals that have been doing it, but also a realistic view of what we've been able to do. And you know, Kevin's thoughts are that the process, the Band-Aid has failed us a little. And I don't say that critically. I just don't think it was a realistic expectation from the beginning. And it's troubling. And it has drawn fire from the public. And I think that the council needs to be more considerate of public opinion. And not that you were run by it, not that you are driven by it, but you've got to be more considerate of it. You are good people, working hard, working well. The people who have stepped up and served on this transition team are good and capable, hardworking people. But how it's been done has really drawn negative fire, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry to see that happen. But I don't see how you can just keep plowing ahead without stopping and looking at what you're doing, how you're doing it, why you're doing it. You need to rationalize it. I would encourage you to do that.
And thank you, Bonnie, if I may. As the chair, I'd like to take the liberty to respond to your comments. I think if you're going to say that there has been some failure on the endeavor of the transition team, it does not lie on the city staff. It lies upon the 8 of us sitting up here, as far as not putting out the expectations, as far as not putting out any kind of metrics, you know, and again, this has been a totally new thing to those of us sitting up here, even the veterans, you know, as a 6-year veteran of council. This was not something that I had on my bingo card ever, you know, and we're learning a lot of really important lessons. So I just want to say for the record that the failure is not on any of our staff members, because I can tell you that they put in more than a 40-hour work week. And they do it because they love our community. It's not because they have to. It's not because they're getting, you know, the $800 extra, the pay period. It's because they love Sturgis. And they're doing it because they have servants' hearts. That's why they stepped forward. They knew coming into this that it was not going to be an easy task. We all know that, you know, consistency and institutional knowledge are very key elements to any organization, and these people have that. And so again, if there's any failure, it lies upon our shoulders sitting up here, because we didn't ask for the you know, we haven't considered, okay, are we needing to sit down with evaluations and putting metrics into place? But I think we're looking at a time where that is a good thing to do, you know? But I'm sorry, I cannot have the staff be disparaged for the jobs that they've been doing these last 10 months. And that maybe wasn't your intent, but I want to make it very clear that these people work their butts off every day on the weekends. There's no other public works director like Rick Bush who will be out there in the snowplow himself, who comes in. I mean, and that sense of commitment and drive and excellence is throughout our staff. Absolutely 100%. It is all of our staff. So again, failures, it's on my shoulders. I would hope that the other 7 individuals sitting up here would also acknowledge that and take accountability for that, because that's where it lies, not on those people.
Will you let me take back the failed word?
Yes.
Bad choice. Bad choice. And Becca, you know, for all the time, I never miss an opportunity for praise.
Yes.
And again and again, and it simply hasn't quite worked for us. And that's my point. My concern is for individuals who are putting out so much to get through this period. And yes, you know, I saw Rick knee-deep in the broken main hole. You know, I'm there at recycling on Sunday when the guys are picking up the soppy wet boxes. And I hold all these truths to be self-evident.
Sure.
And I appreciate the passion with which you rise to their defense, because I'm sorry, I did not intend that to be, to create a need to defend. I will defend them as passionately as you do, because I pay attention to what goes on in my town. And I don't pay attention just to your agendas and coming to these meetings. I pay attention to what's going on at recycling. I pay attention to what's going on at the dump. I pay attention to what's going on in the street. I pay attention to what's going on at the plaza. I'm a noticer. I pay attention, and you know I do.
Yes, and we thank you for it, because you are one of the few faithful that are here, you know. Unless you have some extenuating circumstance, we know that you will be here because you are a committed citizen, and that's what it takes is that level of commitment.
But I'm not a hypercritical citizen.
That's true, and I think, you know, as we retract the failure comment, I think that's a really good place to take this. But I think that we need to keep in mind again that this was a transition, and this was, you know, a period in our city that none of us have really experienced. It's new for all of us. And so, you know, these individuals on the transition team have stepped up, again, because they care about us as citizens. They care about this community. And, you know, and we sit up here and, you know, we talk about what needs to be changed, you know, again, that's our responsibility as council members, to really look at lessons learned. That is a phrase from the military, that when you have an event or you have an exercise, you go back and you look at what has worked and what hasn't. And I think, again, we've hit a point in this transition period where that is a very good question, and that could be a vital practice that we do. But I think we need to really distinguish and delineate between, you know, an evaluation on the successes and what hasn't been as successful of the transition team, and distinguishing it from any kind of personal politic. Because I think that is an important thing to do. And I think that when you talk about discussions and dialogues out in the community, that some of that personal politic bleeds over into that. And I think that we really need to be mindful as a council and a community that we don't do that. You know, we've sat up here a couple of times and we've talked about you know, really not dividing one another, that we need to move forward as a team, and that is imperative, so much so now as we continue to move forward in what could be more change and more transition for our community. I want to, you know, I know Councilor Jordan, I believe that that is the intention, that he talks about evaluation, and I believe that that's your intention as well, Bonnie. So thank you.
It is, and yet I'm a realist. I'm a pragmatist. I think we have to be aware and understand that you folks have worked through this with a whole lot of undercurrent that we try, for the most part, not to acknowledge and just keep going and get through. And that has been pretty remarkable. But my whole point of being here week after week, my whole point of speaking up time and again, and probably a whole lot more than you necessarily want to hear from me, is to be pulling on the same end of the rope, to bring insights from outside experience to the council, and to keep it going in the right direction. And I see so much how each council has changed, and how this council itself in its own tenure has changed. And it is remarkable. I want to remark on that your effort to discuss better, discuss more, communicate clear to us, the public, has really developed. But these are difficult times.
Yes, they are.
And sometimes I feel the need to say these are difficult times, and we know these are difficult times, and we know how hard it is on the council. We know how hard it is on our city employees. I've worked hard. I know 60, 80-hour weeks. I know what that feels like. And I just think what you're doing needs evaluation. It needs, now is the time to look at what you're doing, how you're doing it, and see what's working and what's not working, and tweak it, and not just move forward on a payroll agenda item. And it's not the dollars that I'm questioning. It's the how it's working.
Madam President.
Thank you. Yes, Aaron.
No, I'd agree with the statement that any problems that exist is with us up here at the dais. You know, it pretty much echoes what Councilor Forster said 3 years ago when we first got on council, that, you know, a lot of times people in the public would put blame on the staff when really the finger should be pointed at us. And we've had that discussions early on when we got on council, and it's still true. With that, you know, I would make a motion that we would maintain status quo minus the mayor stipend until the second meeting in March was, I think it's the 18th. I think it's the 18th. Maybe it's the 19th if there's a holiday. But in the meantime, then let's just, you know, I've already provided some questions and comments. I would just say, just let's go through that. I'm not saying I was always right or that's the way it should be, but I do think I left room in there if we want to do something that's adjacent from what we normally do, that we have the options to change our policies temporarily if we choose so for whatever that reason is. So that'd be my motion. Keep status quo until the 18th of March. Let's work on doing that analysis. And on 18th of March, we'll have whatever that management team looks like at that time with that composition going forward until we have a person in place.
Okay. So there is a first by Aaron. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Kevin. Is there any further or final discussion? Okay, Aaron,
Maintain status quo until the 18th of March.
while doing an evaluation and kind of a lessons learned.
And then we'll have to address it again 19th of March or before on what what we're going to look like and how we're going to do it going forward until we have either city manager or something else in place.
Okay.
That's the intent during the discussion.
Okay.
Getting late.
All right, thank you.
Didn't that include minus the mayor though as well?
Yes, it's for the 6 members of the transition team. And the mayor wasn't included in the report.
Bring a point for your consideration.
Yes.
With Bay's absence, do you want to add Adam to that, or do you prefer not to?
Fair is fair.
I mean, is Adam,
That is
with being
cool.
a new finance officer, is he able to even take on these extra duties and be a part of the transition team? I mean, right now, so that seems like a
I
big
don't believe
ask.
we can ask him that in this public setting. I mean, that puts
Yeah.
him in a
No,
hard spot.
I mean, I'm not asking him, I'm asking us. I mean, I don't know that we should ask him as a new finance officer to take that on.
Status quo, he's gotta, he is our finance director.
Agreed.
He's gotta be in with them conversations, so I say we leave him where he's our finance director, so.
Are you
Part
good
of
with
the
that,
transition
Aaron?
team.
Is an inclusion to your
Yeah, so
motion?
that's cool.
Okay, so the motion is to include Adam as part of the 6 continuing transition team members. Okay, so everyone in favor of this motion to status quo until the next, the 18th of March meeting, please say yes.
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 Opposed? No? I'm a yes, so it is 8-0. Adam, unanimous, please. All right, that brings us to item 16, executive session. There is a need for executive session. So may I get a motion for moving into exec?
So moved.
First by Tony.
Second.
By Dean. All those in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Okay. Unanimous? It's unanimous, Adam. Thank you so much. Okay, we will move into exec at 10:41 in 5 minutes, please. We're good? Okay, we are coming out of our second executive session with a motion and approval. Item 17.2, the authorization of the council president to sign the licensing agreement with Tom's Teas. Is there a motion on this item?
I make a motion to table that till the next meeting.
Okay, we have a first by Aaron to table,
Second?
a second by Kevin. The question is not debatable, so all in favor of tabling this item until the next meeting, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? All right, motion carries. That will be moved to the next meeting. So now I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
First by Tony, second by Aaron. Okay. All in favor of adjournment, please say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Unanimous? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.